Okay, welcome back, everybody. Section three. I'm here to ruin everybody's lives again on your, I don't know, some of you may get this before Christmas, some of you guys may get this on Christmas, and some of you guys may not see this until we're already well into all the things that I'm describing. So hopefully whenever you get this, you don't blame me for how you feel on the other end of it. What's that phrase? Don't shoot the messenger. That's a great one to hold on to, as that's what I am, and the message that I carry is pretty interesting. So let's leave the responsibilities where they're supposed to lie. I don't want to spend too much time on the intro today because had a little issue getting started up here, but other than that, you know what? I still have the opportunity to do this, to produce these videos, to make this lecture series, and to give you guys this game. So I'm very fortunate to have that. And with that being said, that clears out all the negative emotions that I was just feeling in the last like 25 minutes. So let's just get started. You know what? We can't control the things outside of ourselves, but we can control, and that is get into this lecture series. Okay. If you think you can see me? I hope you can't see anything else I got up there. Might be some illegal activity, some contraband hanging in the tabs. All right. Forgive me. Very poor introduction. I think this is just such a great title because it's, I want to present this conversation from the perspective of somebody who wants to be a human in a community, but is living in a world where so many people derive their strength or their power from the polarized state of their identity, whether it's like man versus being a woman or whether it's like black versus being white. There's so many people who gain their sense of identity out of competing against or comparing themselves to what others have or don't have, rather than seeing, okay, we all lack naturally in places, but that also means that we each have our own niche and like unique gifts to contribute to a community of different people. Because if we can organize ourselves properly, then we can all meet goals for the community that trickle down to serve the needs of the individual people in that community. But it only happens in that way if we as a people are willing to come together and sacrifice the individual nature of our identities for the sake of serving a community goal, meeting that goal, and the other end of that goal being our needs being met. You know, it's honestly like I used to think that it was an issue that I was isolating myself and I don't even like hanging out with people, but I realized the projects that I've been working on are like super in alignment with all the philosophy and the political theories that I've been giving. So I'm glad to that this is really going to be just, hey, this whole entire lecture series is just saying, hey, this is a new world we're walking into. And as I branch off into whether it's businesses or collectives or communities or mutual aid organizations and charitable opportunities, when I start branching it off into that, I want you to know this is the foundation and this is the kind of fundamental awareness we have on these guiding these projects and these initiatives. Okay. One of the most important things that you're going to see in this section as we speak about the active division of the masculine and feminine, men and women in our society, is there needs to be a goal or a focus that is greater than the two sides of the polarized binary. There needs to be a goal that is greater than the both, that humbles both of them to say, you know what, we will humble ourselves from fighting against each other to see how we can complement each other in using the strengths that we do have to complement or aid the weaknesses that each other has to meet that goal effectively. Because the only way we're going to get it done is by utilizing everybody for the value that they can share, rather than forcing everybody to only be what we know they are to be, and then just discarding of everybody else and calling them not human, or deluding ourselves into psychosis that makes us believe that we are so much better than other people because they are like either less than or like more unhealthy than us, and we are the ones isolating ourselves and cutting our own selves off an opportunity from accessing what it means to be in a community. because you can't just have a community without being responsible for actively engaging in it and contributing to it. Okay, that's enough said for the intro. This is when these people talk about make America great again, I want you to see that this is what we're talking about. This is the social political structure in America, at least for engagement opportunity. And this is how it would be if the civil rights movement never happened. And this is like how it was fundamentally created to be. The only humanized beings in our culture are white men. So white men just divide themselves in a binary to see, okay, what is us and what is them? What is right? What is wrong? What is up? What is down? What's black and what's white? Pick a side, and then we're just going to fight each other to the death. And whoever wins is right. That's how they deduce theory to fact. Literally in the same like conquer and corrupt and just loot mentality that these Romans had, or like the if you want to call it the Roman Spartan warriors. And this is why I'm always going to call America like the bastard child of Europe and Rome, because it's simply people who have fetishized a culture they don't know anything of genuinely, other than what they have been told in this written text. They don't know the reality of this culture. And even if they do, the nasty reality of this culture, they reject that in favor of the nostalgia that this pseudo masculinity presents from the Romans, because these guys ran away from their families for 25 years to go conquer other lands and then bring back loot. Bro, are you kidding me? These dudes were GAY. Okay, that's oversimplifying it. But there's if that's if you're somebody who also fetishizes this Roman warrior masculinity culture, I want you to truly do more research onto why that was, rather than being so ready to promote yourself in that light, because you might realize that they had completely different intentions as to why they separated themselves from community and from women for that long, more so than just being able to fight other men and be in war. But that's a conversation for, another day. But what we're talking about right now is that this is what we're trying to get the world back to. This is what we're trying to get America back to specifically. When we say we're making America great again, we're trying to get as many non-white people into the subhuman, marginalized, viable, dehumanized group or demographic. And that group of people ends up being used as capital or leverage for the political debates that are happening between these two human white men, opposing white men sides. And mind you, it used to be all marginalized people and white women, because white women were second class citizens based on their womanhood rather than directly their whiteness. But because we live in a world where that has like slightly shifted, and we have collectively kind of been able to recognize that women are more than second class citizens, but women are like equal human beings, if not equal beyond, like more complex than we're willing to appreciate. Instead of seeing that as, oh, we're not just fighting for like white women to have power in this system. We're fighting for all women to have access to their authentic nature and power in who they are outside of this hyper centralized, monopolized white male patriarchy that's dominating the world. Because it's not only stopping women from being women, it's stopping every group and demographic of women that are non-European, non-white, anti-colonial women from accessing their gifts, their spirituality, their nature, and how to care for and cultivate their own communities and cultures. And that is it's priceless wealth that we refuse to acknowledge simply because white men can convince us, hey, those white women are second class citizens. And because all of you other human beings also have boobs and vaginas, you're also second class citizens. And then we're just going to institute the patriarchal psychosis, an active spiritual psychosis religion that validates us in hating women so much that we are calling them second class citizens for the sake of exploiting them for the powers that they genuinely do have without compensating them properly or allowing them to acknowledge and actualize their own gifts for their own best intention before the intentions of the patriarchy or the leading rulers, like ruling class. We'll get into it more as we progress into this because it's not just like white women feminism, especially in the Western world, is its own demographic of feminism. And because we are so locked into this incubator of American political philosophy, we don't see that there is so many other more complex, more deeply rooted, ingrained types of feminism and women's rights activism going on all over the world, but it's all being sensationalized in America by people who are screaming on TikTok rather than people who are actively in the streets doing legislation or careers based in social activism happening all over the world. But the difference is you can't sell marginalized women, especially non-white women, on mainstream media networks, especially when they're speaking in a way that invalidates all the negative, dehumanizing things that are said about women on like by patriarchy, not just on mainstream media, but literally ingrained in our philosophical culture. It's paying to destroy your own society. It's investing in destroying the psychosis that you've built. That is the only reason why we're even able to perpetuate such a system like this, where we know this is not a real equation. Like it's not these people are more human because they are white, or these humans are more human because they're men, and they are more logical or more deemed worthy of authority over these non-human subspecies called the rest of us. We are living in a world where we can recognize that humanity is diverse. And there are many types of humanity and expressions of humanity. And the only disservice we are doing to our reality is by neglecting that and attempting to fix people into this specific perceived type of humanity rather than appreciating the people for the differences that they have and who they are in their uniqueness. One thing I'm going to keep on trying to like over explain myself, so I'll keep it real short here. We are trying to force people in a world where human beings know that they are humans. We're trying to get them to believe that they are not humans for the sake of perpetuating this psychosis at the mercy of not only the potential that the future has to be in a multicultural, diverse, actively accommodating, resource allocating society, but we're sacrificing everything that we've built over the past 50 or 60 years since the civil rights movement for the sake of hoping that we can force this old world where we've shown people that they're human and they are more than just slaves. We can somehow just like abandon that. Like you have to really sit here and think about how it's not even narcissistic, it's sociopathic. This is what we're doing for the sake of a single digit percentage of people to maintain access to the wealth that they've been hoarding for however many generations. That's it. Not because there's some savior that's called to them, not because there's some a prophecy that was written down that said so and so needs to have access to 99% of the world and everyone needs to starve for it. It's just sociopathy, bro. It's just living in Mount Olympus for so long, creating a Mount Olympus off the backs of the humans that you've turned into slaves for so long that you yourself, in your lack of humanity, even forget that you are a human. Because you've called these other people non-human for so long, you forgot the only person that's deluded is yourself, because that inadvertently makes you think that you are so much more human than these people that you could never deserve such a punishment, because you're even using these people and the wealth that you're creating off of their backs to protect you from facing the natural karma that everybody has to endure in this reality of human life. Because people in an ambiguous reality where you're not protected by material, not protected by money, not protected by relationships, you have to deal with life circumstances as they present themselves to you. And the fear that so many people have for doing that is the fact that it will change you. And if that's on a micro scale, we can conclude this slide by saying our society is so afraid, built off of fear, built off of shame, built off of the lack of accepting and acknowledging the destruction that it took to build this place. And change on a global scale is happening and is almost pushing or budging America to also participate in the change as well. But America's fighting so hard to hang on to everything that it was because it doesn't know if it can maintain the amount of power, abusive levels of power that it has in the West and over the world if it submits itself to this change and this new world that is approaching us. Okay, good time to get into this now. Good time to get into everything. You know what I'm saying? But I won't do too much speaking on this because everything that I say over the next probably like 3 hours is just it's very worthy of getting me canceled. So I hope you understand that um, I'll do my best to explain it. And if you want better explanations, go ahead and just ask. Because I know those people who go out of their way and say, they don't even know what that word means, bro. So remember that. If you need further explanation on any of this, which I don't, maybe it's just personal perspective, but I don't think any of this is a lot to explain or difficult to digest. I think it's so taboo speaking about race, speaking about politics, speaking about just social demographics and influence of the culture. It's so taboo speaking about that stuff in a world where it impacts everybody. Like it's like I'm teaching you 1 + 1 = 2, but nobody's allowed to say one. Like I don't know what other thing I can use to say that, but we'll just keep going, and I hope all of this ends up making sense at some point before you inevitably cancel me and forget that any of this existed. But the issue that I've always had with this white liberal agenda. And mind you, I always have to reinforce that I'm so far on the, if you even want to call it that, I'm so far on the left of the political spectrum, the American political spectrum, I don't even exist on it. I'm literally just watching you guys from a bird's eye view terrorize each other in just in fallacies and lies and devil's advocacy because you genuinely don't care about getting anything done. You just care about being able to have ooh, ah, ooh after you say some like mic drop phrase during a debate, but you don't care about the debate turning into like, oh, people have to change their perspectives and the world has to change itself in a way to accommodate this newfound knowledge we've just found. This is why I don't even debate y'all. This is why I don't participate in a conversation with most of y'all, because most of it is just to build your own identity, especially with this social media stuff, this narcissism of social media. Most of you guys, the sake of debating is to just like build your own ego or build your own brand as like somebody who can't be wrong. And then you can validate crashing out when you are wrong. And you have to like hold the accountability that comes with that. But I'm getting too lost from the point here. Let's just drag into this. We don't even have all the time in the world. So the issue that I've always had with the white liberal selling point to marginalized people, because the reason I'm so blatant, like blunt about saying it is because these people don't get all white people votes. They refuse to acknowledge that there is so many people in their own community that are just like blatantly racist or like blatantly misogynistic, blatantly aligned with system of oppression that is rooted in fear and ignorance. And because of that, instead of just convincing those people to grow up, you know what I mean? They say, let's just try to manipulate these marginalized people who need help and salvation into voting for us and believing what we're saying so we can outnumber those other people who are the bad guys, the big bad wolf who happens to live in my house and pay my car note and pay my tuition. Like you have to sit here and listen to these people, how confident they are when they're saying these, well, John Locke said in 1770, blah, blah, blah. But their parent voted red and has never, ever changed. And every single time they do tell their parents something at the dinner table, their parents just don't listen. But what's crazy is they think that they can come and police us on how we speak and how we develop our ideas and our beliefs because it's not in a politically sound or correct way enough to make everyone feel included. Like, are you kidding me? You can't even convince people in your own community to understand your own political talking points and beliefs. And you're turning to me and saying that you're going to police me for how I talk? Bro, if I was a good video editor, I would clip in that point where Franklin Sate was like, you're going to get mad at a nigga just because of the way you don't like the way he talks. It's this constant, how can we grab another group of people who needs help, convince them to support us in exchange for the hope that we will help you or we will give you a chance to advocate better for yourself and maybe getting the change you want? Never happens. We vote for them. They get the power. They get drunk on the power that they have. And they say, oh my goodness, we forgot what promises we made to get here. We just knew we had to make promises to get here. And that's when we have such open-ended issues. And I'll go real quick and describe just a handful of ones that I think are real issues that have been co-opted by this white liberalism for the sake of having uh, political, I don't know another way to describe this, but having like political inventory as like a means to punish the other person as like, oh, you're a bad person to the other side, or like as a means to like say, gotcha to the other side rather than actually put themselves in a position of power to make any lasting change. Because at the end of the day, both of these sides in American politics, I'm speaking out 2024, um, Democrats and conservatives are on the same side and they're both on the right because all of them submit to the billionaire oligarchy class that feeds them funding for these idiotic political campaigns. But we'll get right into this. The the white liberal, you can even call it the white moderate. I don't care. Malcolm X said something about the white moderate, but I'll just call it the white liberal because that's what we know it as right now. The one who lets us all down. Um, Civil rights was sold to us, black people, not just really black people, but everybody. Civil rights was sold to us as an opportunity to be humanized by the same people who once owned us for more years than they've even given us those human rights to this point. Uh, no, it wasn't. I'm starting to actually realize that civil rights was just the initial human rights movement that was able to be co-opted and give birth to, because there were so many other underlying social activism movements that were happening in the Black Panther Party and in the civil rights movement, specifically around African American people and communities. But I think that was seen and utilized and honestly exploited, literally co-opted and exploited to create, not create the initial feminist movement, but to create, and not just create, but re-inspire the second and third waves of the white women feminist movement. And if we can get into that specifically, the reason why I keep on hitting on that point, the white women specifically, is because white women feminism is, they derive their power punching back at the white men that took their power, quote unquote, away from them initially, or that don't like them. It's not looking within to build an authentic sense of femininity and like womanhood and then grow beyond that and access other people who can support that initial like unique culture. It's punish. And we're going to get into this later into this section specifically. That's why I have to keep on saying like the sociological effects. It's to punish the white men. The problem with that, especially with that mentality, as white women have been used to co-opt every single social justice movement in the past like 60 years, the problem with that specifically is that white women say, all of you marginalized people, you know how to get justice and liberation? It's punching back at the slave master. It's not running away and building something of self-sufficiency and building something that you can depend on your own, or connecting with people who actually humanize you. It's punching back at the master who has more tools than you, a bigger network than you, more leverage than you. It's about punching back. And then when the master not only punches back, but whips you 1,000 times, the people that told you to punch at the master, we're not going to be there to help you. We're actually going to be standing behind the master, confused as to why you thought that you were so smart you could punch the master. And this is why, and again, it's little perspectives like this that once those get rooted and that is understood, you see why there is absolutely no intention of any of these social justice movements ever being or fulfilling the initial cause that they were built to solve. Because two things. One, you have the people who are advocating for these social justice movements. They can build whole entire careers in these spaces that are just meant to meet the people's needs. People can be authors, podcasters, vloggers about all of this oppression. People can have 9-to-5s as social workers in a world where they're not even paid properly, but 9-to-5s serving the needs of people who have less opportunity. But how, if we met the needs of the people that you were serving at your 9-to-5, then what would the point of your 9-to-5 be? It wouldn't be a 9-to-5 anymore. It would just be a project-based program that met needs as they came up and as the people deemed they were deserving of investment. But we don't have any kind of social welfare investment. We don't have any kind of democratic leadership over that where the local communities and people can vote on how that happens. We don't have any kind of investment federally for social welfare programs because we have a bunch of rich cronies convincing everyday people that poor people don't deserve welfare for being the slaves that uphold this entire system. So yeah, everybody's fucked, bro. I apologize. It's all of these, all of the human social justice movements are a means of, because these white women feel like they've been waiting in line to access power, just like these other white men have. Because they feel like they've been waiting in line for power, they don't want marginalized people that they're representing to just come up and then have access to power, not only access to power, but autonomy that comes from themselves and deriving the power from the self. Because these people and the white supremacist psychosis, it forces white people to think they're gaining their power from a god above them while actively deriving and depriving the livelihood and wellness of the marginalized people that they step on top of and steal from every single day to keep their parasitic culture alive. Now, if the social justice movements weren't about human rights and humanity and just bastardizing people's or selling people hope that they would be humanized and then just not doing it so for the sake of being able to be a lifelong or a career long social justice advocate for people who can't take care of themselves because you inherently don't want them to. These other movements are simply for a sake of just like mentally masturbating so hard on something else that is so grand that we collectively aren't organized enough or strong enough or have the funding enough to actively control for the sake of not focusing on what we can control individually or what is really happening right now that would actually force us to change the way that we live and change the powers that be regulating how social justice is actualized. And I love, this is the craziest part. Like, and I'm not sitting here saying that climate change is fake. I'm not sitting here saying that pet pet activism is fake. But isn't it crazy how you can just leap, hop, skip, jump, dive, roll over human rights for your peers who just look different colors than you, speak different languages than you, have different genitals than you? But that dog deserves human rights. That human doesn't deserve human rights. That dog, that bird deserves human rights. And we should be spending all of our time and resources advocating for that bird to have human rights. before we establish what it even means to be human and how we protect and regulate human rights. Like, be fucking for real, bro. It's just it's a means to justify. And again, this may be a consequence of the more recent decade-wise university scheme, but there's so many careers, especially in this nonprofit or social justice space, where it's just you're trying to justify why you went to some big name university and you're $100,000 in debt for an environmental science degree or a political science degree at that, but you still don't have a job. And I hate that I'm even the one saying, like, telling you this, but wait for the next 5 years. You guys who are in debt, especially in debt for university, you guys are going to be so angry that you are, because it's just not going to matter. A traditional university education is not going to matter. And I'm saying this like way early. I'll probably get canceled for that, but I don't care. It's not going to matter for the sake of the only thing that will matter is the network connections that you have and how applicable your skills are to meeting goals, and how you can find a team that you can apply yourself to or integrate yourself within to help meet those goals consistently enough to get you guys paid on like a salary basis. Like, done are the days of the traditional application of the, oh, I have a degree from Duke, so I'm better than you. Like, done are those days. It's the people that can get shit done and the people who can do it effectively, scale it up, and make sure that they can continue to provide and invest in themselves. It's going to be an absolute freaking madhouse. But I'm getting a little far off the point. So to conclude this, to conclude this slide here, it's I have to just speak on this right here, and you can read that, but I'll give my little paraphrase of it. What I'm starting to realize as I see the two major political parties in America be a part of the same side, I'm realizing that the conservative party, there's two back ends. There's two back ends to each party. And it's weird because it's not even like a back end. It's a funnel for like this other group of people that's not genuinely like accepted by the in group, but they have to be, the energy that they produce is too potent, forgive me, to not utilize them in some way. So the in group is the political party, and this funnel is like the access to exploit or like utilize the bastards of the group, but not fully give them like validation as being a part of the influence of the mainstream or streamlined community. Now, where for the conservative side, and I'm going to say this in extremes, I'm not calling every conservative like a racist. I'm not calling white people racist, but I'm just saying this right here. The back end bastard community for the conservatives are just like, I don't even know if I can say this because this is going on YouTube, but it's like NAZIs, bro. Just pure blooded racist. And then whatever else, like, I hate other people because they're human beings and like I'm uncomfortable with that. Like that whole group, that cult mentality. And they have to keep that in their community. The conservative side has to keep that in their community, not directly representative of or a part of their community, just in it, because it is such an enmeshed brotherhood on the basis of fear. Such an enmeshed brotherhood. And obviously there's other people there, but an enmeshed brotherhood on the basis of fear that as long as you can keep getting them to bite or believe in what you're feeding them, as long as you can keep getting them to believe on what you're feeding them and getting them to like giving them something believable in relation to their circumstances, then you can own them, because they will refuse to take the steps in knowing or even becoming aware of a reality that stops them from falling victim to the beliefs that you're feeding them. But if your beliefs that you're feeding them help comfort their insecurities and their fear of other people, especially marginalized people, without making them feel lesser than these marginalized people or making them feel guilty for hating us for no reason, but you make them feel like it's valid that they can hate us for no reason and then also punish us as a consequence of that hatred, then you have their complete loyalty on the back end of what? Exploiting their fear. And the fear creates an enmeshed cult of identity and cult of personality, genuinely. So now all you need to do is have an identity or a person, which Donald Trump is an amazing person to do this, a person who his identity or personality is just so much, I don't know the word to use, but it's just so grandiose that he's damn near a superhero to pilot these ideas into people who don't understand that these are not good ideas to be implemented into an actual reality, because so many people will be at the mercy of dehumanizing standards rather than, hey, you know what, let's just address your fear and insecurity and then figure out how, like, the ridiculous implications that could have if we don't find a way to like harbor that. But as I've explained that, the the back end group that the Democratic Party has, which aligns with this specific um, white liberal agenda to destroy social justice movements, is that young people hope, that like that young college student activist hope. That's the back end group of the Democratic Party. You guys might not want to admit it, but the activists, like the real activists who genuinely see what's happening in the world and want to make changes, they're we, I consider myself to be one of them. We are not in the party. We are not a part of the group. We are outside of the party. And they utilize our radical nature and beliefs as a means of garnering not fear, but exploiting the hope of other impressionable young people or marginalized people or people who are victims of this system at hand, which is so many people to pick and choose from. But they get us to do what they want them to do, vote in their elections, participate in their scandals, do whatever, like believe and give our attention to their agendas, because they convince us, hey, we're going to find out what you want and we're going to sell you the dream that we're going to do it. And then once we get into power and we don't do it, we're going to tell you it's because it's just too difficult to do. And like you guys are expecting too much out of people who can't do anything. But when our cronies on the other side of the political spectrum, supposedly the other side of the political spectrum, when they get to destroying the entire federal government, we don't even stand against it. Mind you, we were just spending 9 months, 18 months saying how horrible Project 2025 was going to be. It was going to destroy America and turn human beings into human slaves. But the man who's about to write that into law over the next 6 to 9 months is now in power. And the people who were just saying that the Antichrist was coming are nowhere to be found. Mind you, they're actually buddying up with the same Antichrist they were just fighting against. It's almost like both sides of the political spectrum are. But because I don't lose the point, because it's a very important point that we had to get to. I want you guys to recognize genuinely that we will be, we as revolutionaries, if you want to call us that, will only be accepted into this Democratic Party as a means of them being able to know what the people want and what the people feel, so they can sell us dreams as if they're going to sell, as if they're going to like actually make it happen for us. But if you sit here and think long enough and long and hard enough, whether it's by looking at how long like the terms are of a lot of these senators, like Bernie Sanders or even what's her name, Nancy Pelosi, like you've been in power for 20 terms, for 15 terms, for multiple decades. What do you mean you can't change anything? You're just, and this is, I'm going to say, I might get canceled for this, but obviously the whole entire thing is cancel worthy. Nancy Pelosi is just in a business, in like a regular corporation. Nancy Pelosi is just a marketing executive. But because you guys don't understand any of the business etiquette or the business like philosophy around any of this, and you don't understand that this is a corporation, not a country, you guys aren't going to be able to see that type of stuff. So until and it's funny because those funnels are just like within those funnels, a bunch of different types of groups could be created that could actually meet these needs. Like, mind you, I know I was saying that there's like a cult psychosis on the conservative side and like there's the revolutionary side on the left side. And I don't want to make this a good versus evil, but one thing I am going to say is that when you have only two major parties, if they agree with each other behind closed doors, that's a monopoly and they are creating or incentivizing a culture war for the sake of being able to run politics like some kind of sports game, for the sake of selling tickets and selling newspapers through the mainstream media. And that should be looked at as a human rights violation on some kind of global scale. But because America is the leading like military power, nobody's going to question America. And because America is so smart about convincing its own people to walk into their own oppression and to accept their own enslavement at the point of fetishizing their own suffering. Like, what can you do about it genuinely? Like, you just have to sit here and watch this country burn from the inside out, if it ever does. Because mind you, this country has been saved from doing that by just terrorizing somebody else's country and getting the whole entire world just get on board with it. If we don't fix this, because okay, this is the real thing that I wanted to get to here. The real perspective that I was trying to get to is a lot of like white social justice doesn't come from the sake of like, I feel empathy for your humanity being terrorized or being obstructed in this reality. So I want to create a system using the leverage that I have in my whiteness or in my higher social status identity. I want to leverage this to help you get a foot into our greater world or society. It's never that. I feel it's one side says those people deserve to be dehumanized like that. And the other side doesn't say they don't deserve to be dehumanized. They say it is making me uncomfortable watching that person or those people be dehumanized. It is making me narcissistic. It is making me uncomfortable and insecure watching that bad, nasty stuff happen. So just take that bad, nasty stuff away from me. But because I don't want to be looked at as a bad person for saying it that way, I'm going to act like I care about advocating for your ideas and your beliefs in a world where I know I am genuinely the only one that has the power to leverage and communicate these ideas on a mass scale, because these other people just won't be listened to. It's, I don't like how it feels to not do anything about this. I don't like how the world doesn't address this. I don't. It's not about what can we do to serve you and the oppression that you're actively going through. And because of that, I can never, ever, 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 ever trust any kind of, especially a white politician selling dreams to marginalized people. When when have we ever been actually compensated in a reality worth living in? And I'm saying this to say, like, I I'll still vote and all that. As long as I'm an American, I'll still vote. But it's just like, what can you you can't tell me anything. The only thing you can tell, the only thing that will like turn my ears on is like, oh, reparations. It's crazy how we basically explain all the things like before we even get to the next slides, but that's just how the ADHD brain works. But I'm glad because it means that we don't have to spend too much time on all of these. Mind you, before I even get into this, I have to make sure that I'm very clear. This is not me hating white women. I love me some white women, bro. I genuinely love me some white women. And I have a space in not only in my heart, but in this future community that I'm building. I have space for the fullness expression, diverse expression of who you are and everything that you are, especially everything that white men don't allow you to see yourselves as. But if you aren't willing to look at the woman in the mirror, especially when it comes to this type of stuff, then it's going to be very difficult for me to include you in my community because it's showing that you don't want to receive this objective perspective on social culture that involves you from a position that can only humble you and not give you any power over me. Like the only thing you can do with this is just sit here, receive it, and decide if you're participating in it or not. But you have to know that there are people you know in your life, especially if you're a white woman, who are participating in this. And because you have the fortune of just being able to turn on like on and off the activism switch, like you don't have to ever address truly like this stuff. But I think that I guess I'll just get into this one right here specifically. This this is one of the thing that makes me the most disappointed, simply because it was such a grand opportunity to do so much for society, not only in just like sexual liberation, but sexual healing, growth, self-acceptance, releasing of shame. There is so much that could have gone into this. It could have been a spiritual revolution. But it's because, again, it's that punchback culture of white women saying, well, white men get to do it, so how come we don't get to do it? Or they punched us, so why don't we get to punch them back? Instead of, what do we genuinely want from this experience or this opportunity? And how can we maximize or actualize the full potential of that? This is why I always like when I'm giving, especially when I'm listening to my conversation about feminism or conversations about building community, I'm listening to my Black women because those are the people that I look up to in my community. Of course, I look up to everybody, but it's when I'm listening to these conversations about this, I have to look up to my Black women because they understand what it's like to not only be a woman, one, but they understand what it's like to have that on top, that mask of Blackness that is just direct punishment in a society like the one we live in, and one where you can be perfect, yet the more perfect you are, the more punished you get, because the only thing that you will ever be accepted as is the footstool of this society that gets exploited to the gills for everything that you can offer and never compensated and never appreciated. So I'm going to forever look directly to the Black women who experience real life and experience really have one of the most raw human experiences in human life. And if we don't derive understanding and analysis and awareness from that real experience, I'm telling you, none of what we genuinely do here in this world will matter. And I make this claim every time, but the reason why I believe Black women are God is because I believe every single person was born out of a Black woman to some extent. In your bloodline, to some extent, there is a Black woman who birthed somebody, who went somewhere, who gave birth to somebody, who went and gave birth to a whole bunch of people, and you exist now. but I don't even, it's hard for me to even believe like Adam and Eve story. It makes more sense that like some alien race of people came here and saw a bunch of beautiful Black women and then just like him started impregnating them, and from that process ended up creating different tribes and races of almost like hybrid human people, and that expanded and covered all places of the world and whatnot. But I'd rather believe a fallen angel story came to Earth and started impregnating women and changing the whole psychosis of our world than a woman was made out of a rib of a man and then everybody else came off of the woman's womb, but not the woman herself. Too spiritual for us right now. Let's finish up this right here. Very important part, final part, I guess, speaking about white women feminism and how it played its role in the election specifically. I think that because anybody could have told you that Kamala Harris was not going to win. Like, and this is not me digging at Kamala Harris at all, but there is at least 100 Black women that I know that are 100 million bajillion times. Okay, there's actually like a million, but I'm just saying from my own personal experience and my awareness, there's 100 Black women that I know that are 100 times more qualified than not only Kamala Harris, but every single person in the Democratic and Republican Party cabinets and administrations, completely to the gills, from experience to education to mentorship to beliefs to values to future to visions. I know I have catalog. Back, if you look and listen back to what I was saying in section 1 or the intro, not only was the intention to throw this election, but the intention was to throw this election, and with throwing the election intentionally, instead of having to address the establishment throwing away the election, we would have to address, look, all men in America hate women because they don't want a woman to be the president. Like, are you seeing how fucking delusional that is? It's how did we go from, mind you, 52% of white women voted for Donald Trump. 52, more than half voted for Donald Trump. But it's all men hate women is the reason why Donald Trump won. Like, are we sitting here thinking about that? When we can't, and this goes back to what I was saying in the beginning of this whole thing, when we can't look in our own community and address our inability to even like change the minds of the people who look and live exactly like us, what authority do we have to go to somebody else's house, somebody else's land, somebody else's culture, tell them that they're living wrong, and then punish them for not living right? Who are we when we can't even, we don't even have authority in our own house? Who the fuck are we to go outside of our house and deem that we are the king of the playground? The whole entire point of throwing Kamala in there to lose was to convince Black women to separate themselves further, to enmesh themselves deeper into this psychosis of white women feminism. Because I'm telling you, every wave of white women feminism starts by first stripping more Black women away from the potential of what could be a Black community, and then using those Black women as a means to further the agenda of the white woman feminism, which is interesting because instead of like actually developing like women's communities or making sure that like women have access to welfare and maternity leave, they only care about like women billionaires and women CEOs, as if that's not further perpetuating the same exact issue of like nasty ass exploitative capitalism. That's why we hate the world we live in today. We're not going to run away from here without addressing the Katniss Everdeen complex. We're not going to run away from here without addressing that. The maybe we talk about it here. Oh, we don't. Okay. It's it's this fetishization of being the savior, of seeing the supremacist that is white man, like they have just automatically submitted themselves to that role, and then saying, you know what, if we can't save these people, if we can't be supreme to these people, and we have to preserve our moral superiority, we're going to save these people. And then it's being able to have opportunities like the Hunger Games series to be able to just mentally masturbate over, oh my goodness, like we have to change the world. We have to do a revolution. We have to overthrow the government. But you do this for like your little cosplay events. You do this for your little Halloween parties. But the second it comes time to actually vote, the second it comes time to actually show up in the streets and do something, the second it comes time to actually make something shake, you're the only person that's shaking. And then you forget that this was the culture war that you've incited by the privilege of your influence and by the privilege of your ignorance, which is a horrible thing to have at the foundation of having influence, that shit being rooted in ignorance. But my final theory for you white women, as much as I love you, and I'll continue to engage with y'all, I'll continue to love you from the angle that I can. Not from the angle that you want, from the angle that I can. And the reason why I say that is because something in me refuses to believe that you are done with that you're done with patriarchy. And one thing I do believe genuinely is that you understand, as white women, the most amount of power you will ever have in a world like the world we live in is if you can just be the only people or the first people to get the crumbs that fall off of the table that is the feast that is being eaten at only by white men. And then you can convince us, other marginalized people, that we should let you step on top of us for the sake of seeing what food is there. But really, you're just stepping on top of us so you can be the first one to get the crumbs that fall off the table instead of working alongside with us for what? Tearing the whole table down. So maybe there's more food that falls off and we can feed ourselves authentic to how we need to be fed and then build beyond this enmeshed family of exploitation that is the American plantation. But again, in a world where you can't colonize every marginalized people and exploit them for everything that they are because they lack self-acceptance and autonomy, like the only person to be exploited is you. Think about this. Even the whole trad wife perspective and philosophy is rooted in false nostalgia because you weren't a traditional wife. Who was the actual mother? Black slaves. Black slaves worked in the field, in the house, and Black women raised your kids. So what do you mean, trad wife? You were just sitting there being deluded. You were just sitting there being given probably prescription medication to neglect the fact that your husband is cheating on you and catching STDs in the real world while working a job that is probably not paying them well enough. And if not paying them well enough, it's actually just a front for a scam to launder money for a rich person while exploiting poor people that are dumb enough to fall for it. Really not even dumb enough, naive enough to fall for it because this business world is just predatory. It has nothing to do with actually making real valuable transactions. You won't have to sit here and send me to the damn White House, bro. I'm telling you that right now. Hold on. Let me see how many slides we got left in this section here. Damn. We got a handful, but we're going to be all right. We got a handful. We're going to be all right. I apologize. Oh, yeah. And this is like another perspective that I was able to derive that should show us that like this white liberalism doesn't just stop at like bastardizing politics and social culture, but it ends up destroying entertainment culture as well. Because I'm telling you right now, everyone who watches this right now, Black people did not come up with DEI. As much as you hate to hear me telling you this right now, Black people did not originate DEI. That was made up by white people who, again, had their feelings hurt by seeing their Black counterparts being discriminated against and wanted to do something about it that protected their feelings, not the well-being and livelihood of the Black people being discriminated against. So when we present the world with DEI, anybody who has a brain cell, a singular brain cell that connects to the internet, that is reality, can see that this has nothing to do other than serve the fear of social revolt that will come when it gets revealed the demographic quotas of all of these companies are just like upper class people. And then on top of that, white dudes who they're socially acceptable to get in there or like attractive women. It's we never needed a DEI, but you know what's funny? Now that actually makes me think about this. We never needed a DEI if you just gave us opportunities to run our own businesses and to build our own independent economies. But as a means of getting us to continue to buy into your corporations, buy into your business, buy into your culture, you have to keep on finding means to make us feel like we're being humanized and included in your suffering, knowing that your success is leveraged off the back of our ignorance and our inability to make ourselves autonomous or liberate ourselves from these systems. But let's just analyze this real quick. You guys love to hate when movies are redone and it's like a Black person in there instead of a white person because that's not culturally correct. In that fiction book, that was specifically a white person. In that fictional story, that mermaid is white. That non-human made up creature from somebody's imagination has a definitive skin color that relates to our reality. Like, you can't even call that racist. It's just stupid. you it's just pure stupid. And it's again, this ties back into my perspective of the whole DEI thing and how it's not even for the sake of the well-being of the black people who are inevitably, or the marginalized people who will inevitably be punished for taking those opportunities. It's for the sake of comforting the feelings of people who feel like they don't want to be called racist. They don't want to be called one of these cancelable terms that is now, it's now uncomfortable to be called. Whoops. I was going to make a very bad joke right there, but I'll save that for later. Let's say it's even better. I have a podcast coming out in the next coming weeks, and it's going to say there's no more storytellers in Hollywood, more than a sex symbol, more than a sports star, or more than a superhero. And it's really just describing this specifically, but in a well more drawn out form, how you you guys can't tell any real good stories that people would actually want to be a part of receiving through film or TV or even books. And because you can't tell stories anymore and you don't know how to translate stories properly that have been told well anymore, and you don't know how to connect to audiences anymore, all you do is care about money because there's a bunch of finance and tech bros in all the creative spaces, because all you know how to do is exploit the creatives and then exploit the bodies of the sexy creatives. So it's like, what are we even doing here? But again, that's not even what we're talking about. The point of what we're talking about is there's so much rampant nepotism, so much, hey, doing a favor for a favor, a friend for a friend. How about you do me a favor and I give you an opportunity? So much of that going on in this Hollywood world that doesn't get addressed because there's so many more people who are begging for an opportunity than people who are willing to sacrifice having any opportunity to reveal the truth. All we do is just slap people onto stories that have already been successfully in some like prior generation for the sake of like milking more profit through nostalgia instead of milking profit through actually throwing a curveball, throwing a freaking Uno reverse card, making a wild freaking gamble story, and then maybe spinning 100 million off like a $10 million investment. Because we would rather pay some of these actors and actresses $100 million for the sake of performing in one movie and then wonder why the rest of the cast sucks, the screenwriting sucks, the whole everything sucks. But that person's in it. Oh, but Sydney Sweeney's in it. Oh, but Jacob Elordi's in it. But what Timothy what's that guy's name? Timothy Chevrolet is in it. And this is, and I'm going to explain it literally in this part right here. But it's not about giving opportunity to the people who could tell the stories. Like, I don't know, the people who live the experiences, the people who make the music of the culture, the people who write the stories of the culture, the people who tell the news of the culture. Instead of giving those people power, because all those people are marginalized and we can't do that, can't give marginalized people ownership, can't make them feel like they can earn and be compensated properly. We have to give it to the children of the people who own, and then also, again, those tech and finance bros that I was speaking about that have no appreciation for art or the creative arts industry whatsoever. And what is the consequence of that, my friend? Garbage. Garbage. I apologize for yelling. I know that's kind of close. Garbage creative industry. Garbage creative arts industry. And mind you, creative arts, just like nonprofits, it's not supposed to be like some kind of I work a 9 to 5 type situation. It's if you in your identity are called for that role, for that position, for that, like a contract almost, just like a contracted role. If you are called for that and you can pursue that project to completion, that's what the opportunity should be. But it's like, it's this constant needing of, well, the story that we're going to tell is probably garbage, But if Jacob Elordi's in it, if Timothy Chevrolet is in it, then friggin' then people are going to show up to the movies at least. How are you supposed to break a new movie star if Timothy Chevrolet is in every single movie? And this is not even me against Timothy Chevrolet. Kudos to Timothy Chevrolet. But how do you break any new? It's like trying to break a new music artist. It's just like this. It's like trying to break a new music artist under the OVO Sound label, knowing that all they're gonna be is a sweatshop worker for Drake. All we're doing is perpetuating and prolonging the careers of people that should be pursuing other careers in other industries and maybe not being lifelong 9 to 5 actors and actresses. But even on top of that, it's very, very poor investment, very poor project management, very poor development, very poor storytelling, very poor everything. There's a graph for it. That's what we're here for. So the reason why we have to explain the racial part of this is because when the project works, and it's so funny how like the whole creative arts industry is just like one just mass like multi-sided mirror reflection of the same exact thing, just the oppression, the exploitation, the abuse, it's all the same thing. When the project works, the people who own the projects get to build, and like the stars get to build their careers off of those projects, while everybody else who doesn't have like some kind of box office name or brand basically gets discarded. And you have to hope that you can skate yourself opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to hope that you build a brand off of that opportunity skating. While all the projects that you're investing in and you're giving your heart and soul to, it's literally leveraging other people's opportunities to get 5 projects, to get a major deal, to sign to somebody, to an agency or something. And those of us who tell the stories, those of us who have the real ideas, those of us who have the real like value to provide the creative arts industry, and this ties in just like to Leor Cohen and how he was given off Warren G's Regulate to basically save his own career. It's take the value from us, the desperation that we have, the lack of knowing that we have of the industry and the predatory nature of said industry, and then use our success that we gave you to leverage your career and your legacy, and forget that maybe we also need some kind of say, not in your legacy, but we need some kind of say in making sure that we can be sustainable human beings as a consequence of being compensated properly. But again, like a lot more of executive like leadership roles, especially in America, a lot more of that has to do with like who do we want the masses to see in positions of power more than it has to do who can actually lead this business to actually be something worth like being successful. And that's going to be the failure of a lot of mainstream or major businesses if they don't just automatically turn into monopolies in the next 5 to 25 years. So these in the garbage creative arts industry, they even when they have successful projects, like what I'm saying here, they have successful projects, they build their own careers, and they don't give value or appreciation to the people and who made the real value. And in doing that and not reinvesting in the creative arts community or the creative arts culture or consciousness as itself, and not being able to do that, you start to create statistics or trends that tell you how to hack the system to exploit as much money as possible while investing as little as possible. And that's how we end up creating a culture of consumables that is literally just consumed to stimulate or sedate people rather than to actually inspire them to create in their own life with the feelings that have just been resonated within them from accessing that creative project that has been showcased to them, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's a community opportunity at an event. But this is the most important part because I had to explain that part first. And maybe I should have explained the other part, this part I'm going to say now first, but we're here now. So the reason why this connects back to DEI, because not only is what I just described this, hey, we're going to use a bunch of marginalized talent and then just kind of skirt off you and then make millions off of you guys because we're the ones who gave you opportunity, even though we're not the ones who actually are talented. That is white privilege. Y'all may hate me for saying that, but I said it. Now, let me show you the DEI portion of this. When these projects inevitably fail, most of the recent ones have the recent renditions of movies where they try to like replace them with black characters, and even worse than that, just making garbage films like what's that one? Magical American Negroes. Like if you guys have seen that, bro, go ahead and tell me how garbage that trash is. I might actually watch it. I might actually stream watch it and have my community just we all just post it with some popcorn and just crack to that. But but the when these projects fail, like when the scripts suck, when the movie sucks, when they don't get the box office turnout that they were supposed to get, I don't know how many yes men end up getting clearance because so many of these movies, I don't know how they got put through the screenwriting room. When the projects fail, instead of blaming the executives, instead of blaming the people who signed off on the project, instead of blaming the people who, I don't know, casted the people for the sake of meeting quotas rather than helping break careers and helping build artists and the creative industry, instead of blaming the people who don't give storytellers access to tell their stories and to monetize and commodify their culture for the sake of their culture and their community, when you don't punish those people behind closed doors who are really orchestrating everything, you point the finger at the marginalized people who took the opportunity or who ruined a good thing. And this further ends up being utilized as validation to justify dehumanizing or not listening to and not validating the voices of marginalized people. Because you're saying every time we're in a movie, it's a flop or it ruins the great movie that we already had or the great project we already had. But every time we're not in it or every time that we are bastardized and stereotyped and dehumanized, or every time we're used and not compensated properly, we end up being successful. And we're just supposed to sit here and deal with it because, hey, we should be happy that Americans are succeeding. But when the project fails, everyone wants to point the finger at us. You know what's crazy? And this is just like a black people thing too, I'll be honest. Because like in just like general social activism, when every other person feels like they've been slighted, to even like by a fractal, there's just some way that black people are going to get boomeranged into the conversation and punished for just like existing. So we'll conclude this slide here by just saying it's you want like you put us in a position. This all might connect on just like a fundamental sense to this like white supremacist philosophy that marginalized people are all savages and can't take care of themselves and like don't have any kind of complex or intelligent consciousness. Because this only perpetuates masters and slaves, saying that you are deserving of punishment or deserving of losing opportunities because you don't know what to do with it. And we are the reason why anything happens to be successful, even if the only thing that we did was invest in allowing the opportunity to happen, even though it probably took so much for people to beg us to even allow the opportunity to happen. Because we, the owners of capital, the hoarders of capital, are the ones who hold back society in every way, shape, and form. This is a very good. This slide makes me happy here. This slide makes me happy here, and the reason why I say that is because it just purely addresses the savior complex. And once this, like, A lot of you people are just around people who are fortunate enough to just fully exist in this savior complex and never have to deal with reality enough to make a decision with or against it, like completely with or completely against it. But I have, because I'm a real one. I done seen that thing from the jump, telling you how it is. And what I'm gonna tell you right now, what I'm gonna tell you right now is that the the white people who a majority of which who are participating the loudest in social culture and like social activism, they have not accepted the reality of the situation. Because if they did accept reality for what it was, and I'm saying there is like nobody's going to remember you in history for being some like social activist. Nobody's going to care about you for saying that like for not saying certain like curse words. Nobody is going to look at you as a good Samaritan because you didn't do what every other person did. The second they realize that everything that they're fighting for is damn near meaningless, and even if they are fighting for anything, it's strictly their own, like serving their own needs, that's when they'll just fully submit to doing that and not even sell us the dream of like, hey, you know what? Like, I'm trying to, like, I want you guys to be humanized. Because think about it, fundamentally, most of these people don't even know what it's like to be humanized. The only thing that pushes most of these people into pursuing social activism is by being dehumanized or being rejected. So, how do they know of humanity other than a bastard form of humanity that is social rejection? We don't even know if they've pursued self acceptance beyond the social psychosis, which would allow them some kind of credibility in giving us an opportunity or some kind of influence or insight into how we could pursue the same thing for ourselves. But they don't do it for themselves because they still derive the same power that they have out of these systems and these philosophies that are ignorant as hell, that make them think that their feelings are more valuable than the lives of marginalized people, allowing them to live with such privilege in a reality where they exist above humanity. These are a couple of examples of what happened when white people accept what is really, really going on. And it may sound crazy. It won't even sound crazy. If you really look, just like look it up into Google or like look it up into YouTube. Is it time to flee America? Is it like why everybody is failing? Why everyone's depressed? This and that. Like there's the reason why I included right here the alt-right funnel is simply because this is like a real valid reaction to how horrible our society is, but it's a very individualized response as a means of I am only going to save myself because I started my path and my journey of awareness trying to save everybody, and then I realized how overwhelming that was, and it broke me down so much so to a point to where I only want to save myself, and that's what I'm going to do, even if saving myself means deleting myself. And if they don't end up saving themselves, but they continue to have to live in a world with deliberate suffering and pain that they feel like they're not responsible for, that's when you start blaming marginalized people for it. Our just existing is the reason why you guys are in pain and you hate yourselves. But it won't be because of all the ignorance and the idiotic beliefs that you fell for that allowed this society to incite itself or to manifest itself. A couple of examples of movements, and maybe this should have been in a slide or two ago, but forgive me for that. A couple of examples of failed social justice movements are, this is the one that I want to speak on the most. This Black Lives Matter one. The thing that makes me the most angry is it was a giant cash grab. And the reason why I don't blame Black people for it, because that showed Black people do believe in Black people. And we allowed ourselves and the social politics and the political politics, because mind you, I'm pretty sure there was not all of the executives on that Black Lives Matter board were Black people. How do you not know how to invest $90 million into any kind of lasting social activism campaigns? And I'm telling you, these people lost $90 million in like less than 18 months. And I'm pretty sure one of the founders ended up having a mansion in her name. Like this is why this is why I speak. This is like just it's just such a failed opportunity. And the reason why we can't use $90 million to invest, that's a ridiculous amount of money. The reason why that wasn't used, not only because the leadership was poor, but when you reach upper or higher levels and echelons of society, you're basically manipulated into or convinced into spending beyond your means and living way beyond your means as a means of keeping up to people who already have permanent access to the means that they're living at. So people like us, especially black people, we start to cook up some money. We start to get some money, especially when we never had money. We start feeling like we have to live like our peers, our new peers, instead of staying true to ourselves and using the abundance that we've just had access to not only make our life, our better life and systems more permanent as they can be that favor our well-being, but extend that to the people who invested in us. There wasn't even like some kind of stimulus package or that people could have applied for. $90 million. Dude, I'm somebody who knows how to use all 100 cents of a dollar. And you're telling me you don't know how to use 90 million. And mind you, how many people were on payroll making more than six figures existing? It's just like it's stuff like this that makes me so mad because it's one thing I realize is I don't have the traditional identity that would allow me to be able to present these ideas and you guys to get them at the level that I need you to, because I would have to go to Harvard and then go to Yale and then have like 12 years as like a lawyer and then be a professor at this doctorate school and all this like BS. But this is happening every day. And I'm telling you everything that's happening. And somehow, because I don't have the credible identity that would allow me to be able to present this, it just doesn't matter. That's why, like, I'm just literally just gonna do whatever I want. Like, if I want to be a porn star, or if I want to just like travel the world, or if I just want to be a stoner, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Especially in a world where you can monetize and profit brands off that, because it's like the opportunity to change our lives exists every single year. Damn near every single 10 years, there's a major shift and opportunity to change the entire social structure of America. And we fuck it up every single time. And the people who say that they're so high and mighty and strong enough to save us, they end up getting overwhelmed by the reality of the situation. That's why for so much of the time when we have these debates, it's just devil's advocacy, mental masturbation. It's never actually talking discussion to solve an issue, because that would mean people actually have to change. And you can't just use these overly used talking points to build your own ego. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. We're going to actually, I think that, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'm bugging up here. We are going. Okay. We're gonna call that a day, and we're gonna get into the rest of this tomorrow. We're gonna start here. We're gonna start here. And then we're just gonna do a whole entire rundown on how patriarchy destroys men off the rip, and not even only men off the rip, but how this new form of like women's consciousness, or this new wave of women's consciousness, has existed. And then even beyond that, where are men to go as that new wave of women's consciousness and as the lacking male consciousness are happening? There's a lot of shit going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, The fuck? All right, these are getting done tomorrow. You guys get ready for this. This is where we're going to start tomorrow. Hope you guys are ready for this. Or maybe here. Maybe here. This is where we'll start tomorrow. All right. Thank you guys for being here with us. More stuff to get into tomorrow, of course. Glad to have you here with us. Until next time. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and foes, ups and downs, lefts and rights, everybody who's in between the spectrum of gender, sexuality, welcome back to another section of, well, really, this is just a continuation of the broken up section 3 of our No Land for Good Men series. So hopefully you're enjoying your holiday season. Hopefully this isn't running it too much, because this is all just, preparation stuff for the world we have to create beyond us. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your time and your attention. I know this is a very, very long lecture series, and it's probably something I should have divvied up throughout the year, but my brain works super, super backwards in relation to like the traditional neurotypical brain. So I am receiving it all as much as I can and then shooting it out like from myself to you guys. So hopefully you guys can just appreciate the fact that it's here now. And, this is my Christmas present to y'all, because apparently I don't be getting people good Christmas gifts. Let me share my screen. Oh, hold on. I might not even be ready to do that. I might have some illegal contraband stuff happening back here. Oh, no, we're all good. We're ready to do that. So how about we hit that and let's get started here. Okay. So again, the main part that I want to emphasize about this whole entire lecture series is that we are definitely going to have conversations about every single slide, probably, that I've presented in this series and that I will present throughout this series in the future. And we're probably going to have so many conversations to the point where we can actually get to collectively making decisions that will have lasting implications in our real world. But what I'm starting to realize is that we are so cooked and enmeshed as a society, whether it's thinking that freedom of speech just means that anybody who opens their mouth has something to say, or people being so insecure that they don't really know how to stand on a truth. They just know how to agree with what is socially acceptable enough to protect the well-being of their identity. There's not a lot of conscious conversation happening. And if I am somebody who can participate in inciting that, some real genuine conscious conversation, then I hope I can be that person, because I'm not here to be a savior of anybody. I'm here to remind you that the power to save is within yourself. And from doing that, you learn how to develop the attributes and the skills that can help you not only make you a valuable person to the community around you, but inspire other people to also take steps back to personal responsibility, and then creating a reality that they are not only responsible for, but can appreciate because of how involved they are in it. All right. So let's get started on this. It's important that we just initially discuss, because, and I have to also acknowledge my perspective speaking about patriarchy as a man from a male side, especially as like a cishet male, just like a traditional society, like socially acceptable male, coming at this perspective or this topic from this perspective. There's so much ignorance that I have the potential to be carrying, simply because there's a lot of experiences that I don't endure from my specific perspective. Of course, there's ones that I deal with, whether it's being an autistic male, being neurodivergent collectively, being a ridiculously traumatized, maybe there's actually a lot more of us there like that, but being a Black male in America, there's a whole bunch of other aspects that influence my personal oppression. But I always have to be willing to recognize that there are people who are enduring more than me, simply because I am a man in a system that is built for men by men, exclusively for the well-being of us. So the only thing that I can do is present, again, my opinion as a unique individual from this specific demographic to the collective, and hope that people are willing to humble themselves enough to uphold the sanctity of that collective, so we can all contribute what we are seeing from our unique perspectives in a way that complements meeting everybody in that collective's needs. With all that being said, we have to address how patriarchy is destroying everybody. And in being able to destroy everybody, it is further on a really, really parasitic and like a really exponential level, exacerbating the haves versus have not society that we live in. I don't even want to say rich versus poor, because when your whole entire wealth and like foundation and estate and dynasty is built off of stealing wealth from other people, then they're the actual wealthy ones. You're just a thief. Okay. So a thief at the least. So let's start seeing, hey, the people who have so much and are number wise so little, what tricks are they going to play on naive, on ignorant, on scared, on divided people as a means of further dividing the people apart from each other, knowing that the people's only salvation will be coming from a conscious community where they humble their identities for the sake of meeting the needs of those people in that community? This is how tribes and like genuine cultures and in groups are developed. But when you can create a world and then further exacerbate it through social media and have people thinking, well, I'm a high value this, I'm an alpha this, so I deserve expectation, expectation, expectation onto other person, but I never look at myself and see, well, what is the responsibility I need to take personally for where I'm trying to go? And again, that specific perspective is something that I leave more responsibility onto the men, because again, living under patriarchy, we have the freedom to decide about our self-actualization process in relation to our masculinity. But women, more times than not, and non-males are forced to exist as what men are comfortable seeing them as underneath patriarchy. And more times than not, it's a very claustrophobic identity or a very claustrophobic opportunity to self-actualize and to be self-aware of the self and its potential. So we'll start to discuss all of that through this slide and then try to make sure that this all progresses properly. But not to center men here, but the and I hate to even say this word right here, like loser, but it's like you have to think of 99% of men underneath patriarchy have lost because they are selling not only their own responsibility and protection and autonomy of self, they are selling their responsibility to protect the lesser, or the, I don't want to say lesser because that may come off as wrong, but we sacrifice protecting the women and the children of our community. We sacrifice who leads and influences our community. We sacrifice our purpose, contributing to upholding, building, cultivating, sharing, even breaking down communities. We sacrifice all of that for this illusion of this pseudo masculinity, this easy masculinity that makes it seem that we can be entitled to everything that comes with being a responsible man, but we don't have to do any of the things, the responsibilities that come beforehand as a means of getting that exchange. So it says, instead of taking care of the people in your community, instead of waking up with purpose and intention, instead of making decisions with intention, instead of being able to humble yourself when reality is pushing down on you, rather than sitting here saying the whole entire world's against you and then punishing other people that you feel are beneath you. Why don't we live with some consciousness? So, and the reason why I say right here, you got to sell fatherless boys. It's not exclusively fatherless boys, but it's vulnerable boys who aren't fortunate enough to have that community sense of what it means to be purposeful, intentional, responsible men, or even boys too, because those are cultivated by older men and women in the community. So the exchange usually ends up going younger in this specific day and age that we live in. It's social media selling this illusion that you can do these get rich or get fit quick schemes as a means of shortening the time it takes to become the man that you want to be, who has access to all the things that patriarchy tells you that you're going to get for being the man, which is also an illusion. But you have to be ignorant enough to believe it. So these guys they're selling access to everything that would make them what they want to be, but not only what they want to be, would put them in position to be everything that they need to be for their circumstances. And actually, realistically, in reality, related to achievable goals and standards that they can also hit. They're sacrificing that for hoping like to gain the, and again, maybe I'm overstepping my bounds here, but this, or not even overstepping my bounds, maybe I'm just kind of dragging this out a little longer than it has to go. But these men are exchanging, again, our ability to make our own decisions, to decide how our community is built, to decide what direction our community goes in, to decide how the children are raised, like all that stuff. We sell that to hope that we can have masculinity almost as a completeness handed to us. Because it's a lot easier to have it handed to you than to take responsibility for it, especially having something handed to you when it's guaranteed, and versus working for something and that's not guaranteed no matter how hard you work for it. And in this sense, this is, I make this equation in some of the videos that I make, especially the one speaking about capitalism on like my YouTube channel, but the audio is probably busted on all of those. And what I'm speaking about is the capitalist or the opportunity seeker in this colonization process always comes with a bad deal. And the bad deal is, can I sell you something, or can I get your hopes up enough to sell you a dream so you give me your real reality so I can access your reality and exploit it to create the wealth that I want? Or forgive me, I may be saying this a little bit wrong. I'll slow myself down. I'm sorry. How long can I sell you this dream in exchange for you to be believing in it enough so I can take your actual reality, or I can convince you to give me your reality so I can exploit that and take the wealth out of that? And then even if you do wake up from the illusions that I'm selling you and the dreams I'm selling you to see that they're fake, you'll go back to your reality and see that everything that you thought was there isn't even there anymore. Because why? You already sacrificed that buying my illusion, because I either put you in a position to be so naive, so vulnerable, so afraid that you felt like you needed to cling on to what I was giving you, even though it was a bad deal from the jump. So how does that play out? The capitalist comes in and says, we're going to give you masculinity because you guys, you probably don't have dads, you don't have communities, you don't have good culture, you don't have like a deep sense of like rhetoric and philosophy that'll help you be a stand-up human being and a diverse expression of a man that can contribute to the community that you're in from whatever angle you do. We'll sell you the dream, and then you're going to give us access to exploiting, not even exploiting women in your community so much so that we will put them on a market. Every single one. Like, it's not only sex trafficking. Like, this is more than this. Is dating is a market. Relationships is a market. Marriage in itself is, I took you off the market. It's women are their own economy under patriarchy. And nobody wants to say this. Nobody wants to say this because everyone wants to act like there's some crazy capitalist who's just so smart and just knows how to get rich. Women as a whole are their own economy. And we attempt to like break that and then shell that and then mask that and then package it differently and then hand it to the world differently as a means to not make it look as sick and twisted and complex as it really is. But this also leads me to believing, to some extent, that not only is the potential of women so much greater than we are allowed to even perceive or comprehend as a consequence of patriarchal psychosis, but that's where women, not only in their womb, but women hold more spiritual, metaphysical power than they're even able to access from the limitations of this system in every way, shape, or form. But you can't just, especially because naturally something in me believes that human beings enjoy other human beings, especially like men do love women. But when you have to force this patriarchal psychosis into your society, you have to get men to justify in every way, shape, and form how much they hate women. You have to find every single way to blame women for the problems. You have to find every single way to punish women for existing. You have to find every single way to control and to own and to exploit women because they deserve it. You have to find every single way. And the easiest way to do that is to build your whole entire religion around saying, hey, the first woman ever fucked up and now Earth sucks. And we're waiting on a dude to come save us. Like, think about that. Think about how multi-generationally you can expand this oppression and exploitation when you say the first one of you that was ever created, mind you, only one of you was ever created by a man, and then everybody else somehow, man and woman, was born out of a woman. But let's not even talk about that. The first one of you was default or like defected and then destroyed all of society from the root. So now we have all created these grand religions and philosophies to save the world from its damnation. You can justify dehumanizing women in any way on the other end of believing that initial psychosis that women are responsible for every single problem that we have because one ate a fruit and then now we're all on Earth stuck together. So really, really dig to the roots of this. And that's also another thing that makes me afraid of Christian nationalism being such like a widespread topic, not even of discussion, but topic of integration into our mainstream United States political culture, because that's saying we are going to federalize, like we are going to, after spending 50 or 60 years, however many, saying that, okay, well, you know, women who were just second-class citizens and couldn't have access to anything, not even oxygen outside. Yeah, you're human. So kind of exist a little bit, but like don't step on any toes. We're about to go right back to that second, maybe even third class citizen. And the worst part is that there's so many men who feel like they were entitled to ownership of women, but couldn't have access to that because women are not only autonomous, but were able to succeed in all the industries that men were believed to only have the potential or capability to succeed in. And now you can't own them because they own themselves. And not only that, they're building legacies and careers that are exponentially greater than whatever legacy you're creating on your little World of Warcraft video game at home. And all of this, the you have to think about how sick this is. To prove patriarchy right, we have to federally mandate dehumanizing laws to obstruct women from their own autonomy. So the only way they can express themselves is if they're willing to cut their autonomy off to submit to the system, or willing to be radical enough to be punished for authentic self-expression in a world that only allows women and Black people to an extent to exist if we are in a position to be exploited or to be punished so we can be exploited outside of our free will. A quick little note that just came into my head now. This is why I'm believing genuinely we have to enslave the men psychologically first, so they sacrifice the women in the community. And not just, again, this is not just a man-women thing. Like there's more conversations we have to have about this, but just for the specific conversation I'm having with you, we have to enslave the men in the mines so they can sell access to not only their natural resources, but the women in their communities, sell access to ownership of the families and influence of the families in their community, and turn the community into complete service and servitude of the master who owns it. And this is, and I might not say it now, but I'll have another conversation about this. That private ownership philosophy, I don't know if it's John Locke or like Jean Rousseau, one of those idiot French dudes. It's one of the absolute dumbest philosophies you could ever create. Exacerbating individualism like nobody's business, justifying capitalism to exacerbate individualism. And again, I don't want to get too far into that because we're going to have too many conversations about that. But individual rights is one of the main philosophies that destroyed the understanding of, the appreciation of, and the ability to understand the importance of a conscious community and what it means to sacrifice your ego and service of that individual identity to actually meet the needs of a community, because a community working together to serve the needs of the people in it works more efficiently and effectively than individual people attempting to exploit as many people as possible, amass a bunch of wealth, not get drunk off of that power, and then somehow service all the people that not only they exploited, but all the people who were already having issues before they got rich. Final note here, because I'm getting real angry. When you're forcing men and women in the communities to not only be point at each other, blaming each other for their issues. And mind you, I don't even want to say it's equal, because it's not equal. It's damn near a femicide that's happening. And it's the abuse and the trauma that is coming from the men going to women is infinitely not only worse, quantifiably quality, like infinitely worse and more significant than that is coming from women to men. But if we aren't willing to address how severe that is and take steps apart from that as men to realize that we have to be different, way better fundamentally, but we have to be different if women even or have a chance of believing in anything different. Because all they know for a fact, because of their experiences, because of their reality, because of their environments, what they reinforce is that they can't trust or believe or give themselves to any of us to create this community that I'm speaking about. And it is our responsibility as men to start having these conversations and to see where we participate in this and to see how we are the first step in perpetuating patriarchy. Whether even if it's just as simple as keeping the ideology in our head to justify our entitlement or our own selfish, narcissistic nature as a consequence of believing in it, rather than thinking that, hey, we have to be just as humble as everybody else in this community, because we are no more deserving of anything that this community has to offer than all the people who put their whole being in it and the people who are fully responsible for cultivating it and taking care of it. And that might not be only men. Maybe it is women. Maybe it is disabled people. Maybe it is LGBTQ people leading their communities in different ways. But if we just continue to force everybody, shell everybody in this structure, like, well, the only communities that exist are families because men create them and corporations because men own them, then the only other thing that exists beyond that is a cult. But the distracting of the pores, because I'm gonna say this is the pores. The distracting of I don't know if I want to say working class or poor, but I would say poor. The distraction of poor men and poor women as a means of dividing them to perpetuate patriarchy is not only a problem for them and the relationships that adults can have with each other, but also think about the children that inevitably get created from relationships. Just naturally, because that's a consequence of not only relationships, but engaging in intercourse. And many people in relationships engage in that. Like, sit here and think, contraceptives were just made recently, 50, 60, I don't know however many years ago, but not 100 years ago. Human beings have been around a whole lot longer than that. And human beings have had an intercourse a whole lot longer than that. But if you're living in a system where you desire to use childbirth as a replication tool of the type of like demographic you want in your country, rather than something that happens as a means of like raising future generations of new demographics, of new children, of new communities, then you have to separate the parent from each other. You have to separate the communities that either parents are from each other as much as possible, so they don't understand. There's no awareness of anybody willing to humble themselves enough to submit to community beyond their own ego. And then you also have to keep them bickering so much, focused on how much they hate each other, that they don't think about the priority, which is taking responsibility for the children that are created as a consequence of these relationships, or at the least the culture that we create based on engaging in it, having experiences, and then contributing to the collective conscious through social media, through just networking, and through like our day-to-day engagements. We leave the gender war. We can talk about how horrible it is to just like men and women back and forth, and how horrible it is to the dating pool and all that. But it's the kids that now have nobody looking after them. It's the kids who are at the mercy of what they're seeing on TikTok, what they see on YouTube, what they are being fed at school now, and who knows what they're being told and fed at school now. Who knows? Because now it's every single kid has a phone, and every single kid has. It's not just, oh, so and so's older brother is like a forget me. It's like so and so is like a 10-year-old, and their older brother is like 16. And their 16-year-old brother teaches them a bunch of curse words. And then your kid learned curse words from this kid whose older brother taught them, but you never taught them these curse words. It's worse than that. Every kid has a phone. Every kid has a phone with social media. Every kid with a phone with social media has their own For You page, meaning that they are being actively deluded underneath the psychosis of social media, but also developing a natural social anxiety as a means of submitting to the validation or acceptance of their peers, which every kid has to naturally go through. But kids in this generation are going through on a ridiculously exponential or infinitely more significant level because of it's not just the microscope of their community, it's the macroscope, if you want to call it, of the entire world potentially watching them if they do something wrong, and that wrong thing happens to slip onto social media. And then they become the focus of attention for every single person's talking point to get them to get freaking them clicks and views, so these people can all get paid for making the most viral take on breaking news. Like, this is so garbage, bro. And I might even get to speaking about it directly in this part, but I hope you guys understand that if you're like a good person, if you okay, if you call yourself like a high value person or whatnot, it to me it seems like you almost call yourself like high value or alpha for the sake of other people being able to validate it in you. So other people can be like, "Oh yeah, that's an alpha. That's a high value." Or like, "Yeah, let me confirm it." Like stamp. It's like if you know it, isn't that just how you move? It just gives me the vibes like nobody in your past relationships respects you. So because of that, you have to remind all of us by putting a sticker that says my name is high value on your forehead. So everybody that sees you is like, oh, gotta remember that's high value. Gotta remember that's high value. Can't disrespect them. That's high. Like, like what even is the point? Like a And actually, maybe let me add this. Dating apps made y'all insecure as hell because it only showed, it didn't even like help people date. It just showed people how many options there are not picking them. All right, let's get to the next part. I'm actually just going on a rant right now. Okay. So I believe that patriarchy doesn't start influencing you once you come out of the womb or once you can read and write, or once you get to school, or once you start hanging out with your first gang of boys. This is a mass cultural cult psychosis in every way, shape, and form. And this is how bad it is. And like, you'll never understand it if you only look at the survivor's bias as to like, oh, well, these people can make it, so how come you can't make it? If you aren't knowing of who is influencing your child, especially your young boy, if you don't know, I'm talking, if you don't see with the same eyes they see, if you don't literally or not ziplock, if you don't zip tie yourself to them and walk with them like a three-legged race to school and engage with them in class or engage with them on the sports team, engage with them on their little digital video game chat rooms. If you don't know, and mind you, not only if you don't know, if you don't know how influential that is, and also if that kid feels like those voices they're listening to are more believable or more influential than your voice and voices of other people, like respectable stand-up human beings, especially men in this world, if you don't have a grip on that, which 90% of people don't, and that's just the way that this world is built, because that's how America can manufacture new generations of slaves without like just telling us that most people are going to be born to be slaves. your kid's cooked, especially in this digital age where more people than ever have access to the internet, especially in America, but less people have access to education or community or positive reinforcement or, I don't know, reading and writing material and like reading comprehension, especially. It's, I've said this a handful of times on my TikTok, but I guess it's a good time to bring it in here. We are living in such an ignorant society that people aren't relying on truth in the sense of what we know through objective reasoning to be facts and truth anymore. People are so afraid and insecure. It's whatever makes them feel good enough to confidently say they believe this is a fact. That is what people are leaning on now. Completely at the mercy of their beliefs that are at the mercy of their emotions, that is at the mercy of whoever is dominating their environment, which is probably not them, because you probably don't dominate your home, your work, or your own lifestyle. You probably don't. I'm saying that every single generation, we keep on almost like unconsciously birthing young boys into this madness that is only getting worse. And then we also, on top of this, aren't providing any resources or any like really like leg ups to become anything, or at least putting any focus, significant focus on other opportunities other than like the very narrow 6 different archetypes of male you can be for anybody to truly stand up off of this, bro, and really like make it out of this. And what's even crazier is that the the whole entire traditional socialization of a boy to a man or just a boy to maturing into an adolescent, if it's not super like aligned with just like raising latchkey kids, it's there's so much at the mercy of the world outside of them that more times than not, like, let me just get into the next slide and then it's going to make a lot more sense. Let me get to the next slide. It's going to make a lot more sense. So actually, no. I have to go back to this one now. So not only are we setting up boys to fail, like as we're socializing them, but we're also indoctrinating them with beliefs that will not help them develop a good sense of self-acceptance or help them actually be stand-up human beings enough to help anybody other than themselves. We also set them up with these nasty curses of entitlement, of desire to conquer and exploit, really abusive tendencies, lacking accountability. There's a whole bunch of, it's not only the things that we don't give boys, but it is the few things that we do that also exacerbate their literal, if you want to call it, school to prison pipeline. And this is all young boys are set up the second that boy is born. And we try to sit here and act like, oh, boys will be boys, or like, you don't have to, it's so much easier to have boys because you don't have to do so much work with them. That's literally why our society is the way it is. Like, you feel like it's just less difficult to raise a boy because you think that boys, and especially like men collectively, just have this natural instinct to be able to build themselves, protect themselves, learn for themselves, like actualize themselves. But this is like, how are they supposed to learn that? Like, it's just supposed to come out in their genes. It's almost like telling, like putting a seed in the ground and then just never going to water it, never going to tend for it, and then being disappointed that you never see it turn into a plant. And if it does turn into a plant, like, it's probably just like a real dead, nasty plant that can't produce any fruit. And then you're sitting here like, what are you doing taking up space in my garden? Like, I thought you were, I thought the DNA code was just in you to just like raise yourself. I thought you were just going to figure it out. I thought you weren't just going to like fall susceptible to chasing the validation of other boys who seem more confident than you, or seem like they get more girls than you, or seem like they have more money than you, because it seems like they are where you want to be in life, not knowing that the things that you're going to have to do to get to where they're at are a whole, like, they might separate you from who you really are. And you might not actually appreciate that or want to live that life knowing that. But again, boys are set up to fail. And because of that, that adds on to, once so many guys do fail, it the indoctrination that we have been raised with automatically turns us to thinking that, okay, well, it's women's fault. It's this people's fault. It's this people's fault. And it's never like, okay, it could be something as simple as other men were able to convince a lot of men that they should do this because it would help them get something they want. And those dudes lied. And because they lied and they got over on so many guys, they were able to get more than rich, but very, very powerful and very influential on all of society. And although it's going to be difficult for this, we as men individually have to be able to pursue and commit to our individual healing process as a means of creating the space and the energetic like environment that could even they can even allow for men's communities that can help receive more men out of this patriarchal psychosis that I keep describing. But if you get anything out of this slide, boys are set up to fail. Automatic, off rip, bro. And even worse than that, they're set up to fail, and then they're validated in all like the wrong ways, because they're validated by a bunch of other guys who weren't raised by or around or in the environment of stand-up dudes who were able to find success and achieving their goals on the other side of being disciplined and respectful and good people, not needing to exploit others, not needing to abuse others, not needing to be apart from themselves or lie to others about who they really are to access things. So, and I said this in literally the first slide, which was probably that last slide. I apologize. Head's a little everywhere right now, but this is, we are sitting here thinking that, oh, well, there's not enough jobs in the market because like, well, actually it's true. Why don't I sit here and just tell you guys, it is true. There aren't as many jobs on the market because women have decided, I'm not going to wait. Okay. Actually, hold on, forgive me. This may be a different one. That's right. Forgive me, guys. I apologize for being a little back and forth here and there, starting and stopping. It's so excited to get this video out today. I didn't do any script. I just kind of got up and started saying what I was going to say. But apologize for that. Let me start over this clip here. A lot of guys want to complain about hypergamy or about women choosing up, or at least just not settling anymore, leaving every single or a bunch of women to choose from the same very small, narrowly selected pool of guys who have access to all the things, because that's what this system is. You hoard all the resources. So everybody, it's more than just women. Everybody is codependent onto the opportunity, onto the resource, onto the hoarded wealth. And we all create these illusions of, oh, we have to work jobs to access it. Oh, we have to get married to access it. Oh, we have to beg for like through protests to access the wealth that was exploited from us agreeing to be exploited. This is going to get me canceled. But when Kanye said slavery was a choice, he meant right now. He wasn't talking about back then. He's talking about right now. But again, this goes back to my point that I was reinforcing. If this, forgive me, I know I used beta alpha situation here, but you as a hardworking individual are being exploited from your labor. So your boss, the dude who wants to convince himself that he is the definition of patriarchal success, is able to buy another yacht, is able to pay for access to spending time with a woman. I can't say exactly what that is on here, or paying to own things that make him look like a better person than he is, or better than what he did to get access to that money. That you work, your money gets taken, you get compensated very poorly, you can't live your life, and then your wife or whoever you loved and you're trying to pursue isn't willing to, as a consequence of social media psychosis, isn't willing to wait for you. She isn't willing to build with you. She isn't willing to stay there with you because her reality is now showing her that there is different opportunities that can help her meet her needs right now. And not only meet her needs right now, but live in a world where she can dream about tomorrow instead of constantly focusing on how horrible yesterday is and how difficult it's making today. But again, this is a consequence of the patriarchal psychosis telling us, hey, we're going to sell access to, not access to, we're going to sell ownership of the women in our communities so you can sell us the illusion of masculinity. And then now we as men are complaining that there's no jobs, that there's no money, there's no livable wages. Dude, we literally sold. This is the same discussion that people want to say, oh, well, Africans sold Africans to American enslavers and colonizers, so you got to blame black people. This is what you want to use that on. Men sold ownership of their communities to other men who had very malintention, and those men now own our communities, they own us, and they own the reality that we live under. Pick the patriarchal one first, and then you're going to see that, oh, okay, the race thing, that's a different one. That's just pure. The race thing, that's some spiritual stuff. That's some spiritual hatred. This thing right here, this is just how you get ignorant people to believe into your games, and then you start exploiting them out the gills. Because if they were dumb enough to sell their community to you, you might as well just enslave them too, because what community do they have to go back to? And because social media, I think, enmeshed so many groups of people together to make us think that, oh, well, these are now, instead of like every single city having like a hot person and a rich person, now every single hot person from every single city is now competing to see who's the hottest person in the world. And every single rich person from every single city is trying to see who's the richest person, instead of just like focusing on the world they live in and being that role in that reality. And because of that enmeshment of all of our cultures and like the monopolization of social demographics, now there's going to be an exacerbated number of people who don't have access to one woman at all, because there's all the hottest women in their city are now, and again, this is not me trying to say like trying to give up dating philosophy or anything. This is just me saying what I see. Now, because of social media, all of the top, whatever, 5%, 1% in their city think that they're too good for their city. So they're going to move off to like LA or Miami or Houston and then go be a part of like the whole baddie collective over there. Then there's the 20 some chunk percent beneath them that think, oh, if they can do it, I can do it. So why the hell would I settle for you, Ricky, or for you, Bob, or you, Luis, who is just working a 9 to 5 or just like a truck driver or something? Why would I settle for you when Tyrone, this is the word that they red pillars like to use, when Tyrone over here, or what's a good foreign rich person name? Marco or Antonio over here. He can take me on a private jet next week. Or he took my friend on a private jet next week and I'm in proximity, so maybe I could be on a... And social media makes people think, hey, like, all you have to do is just hang around rich dudes, and then rich dudes are just going to take you out and do things and just spend all their money on just like watching you exist. Like all the money that they worked hard for, all the money that they built, like, and had to wait to earn, like all the money that like comes from success and like a lot of risk and a lot of stress and a lot of hours. Like all these rich dudes are just going to spend money on you and not expect anything in return. That's an important part. So there's a bunch of people who are not only putting themselves out of the dating game, but they're only existing in the dating game as a means of reinforcing that they deserve better. And that could mean not taking accountability. That could mean having a bunch of partners that they don't fully pursue with intention. That could mean a bunch of things. But the main thing it means is to, hey, I'm only going to exist in the real world to validate the psychosis that I developed existing too much online and not putting that psychosis into the real world to experience it and see how idiotic it truly is. And I'm not saying this is all men, all women saying these things. I'm just saying this is a grand demographic of people. And I spend a lot of time on the internet. So I'm observing a lot of people and I'm seeing how people move. I'm seeing a lot of your favorite influencers who be giving you horrible advice, be in bad relationships, be hiding baby mamas, be doing all nasty stuff behind closed doors. But because they can pay for ads or they can trick the algorithm good enough, you're eating their So stop blaming, stop blaming these women for hypergamy. If we create a world where not only every single generation, the rich get richer, meaning not saying that other people get richer. Rich getting richer means poor people get poorer because we have a limited number of resources in our society. And that's just how the economy works. Rich people get richer, poor people get poorer. That's the balance. They can either take one less yacht trip, or somebody can get evicted from their home because they can't pay $4,000 to stay in a 2-bedroom apartment. And then and the reason why I say don't blame women, blame the patriarchy first, and then you can blame capitalism, is because if you had a daughter, especially in this world that we live in, where things are so unsafe and unstable, would you not want them to be, if in a relationship, to be with somebody who can take care of them, provide, and protect them outside of what you're able to do and what your family is able to do for your child? Think. Because a lot of you guys only be looking at other people as like other sacks of meat. How are you blaming somebody? And even that, if you're a woman, think about your own well-being. Am I going to pursue an opportunity, mind you, with already the developed belief through experience that men, more times than not, are not going to be, you're not going to flip a coin and get something better than what you're seeing. You're not going to get a better experience than they're selling you. You're not going to get better intercourse than they're trying to tell you that they give. You're not going to get better money than they're convincing you they have. You're not going to get better friends. You're not going to get look sexier. Like nothing is going to happen necessarily. Why? If you're going to get problems anyway dealing with men, are you going to deal with the guy who doesn't have resources to be there for you right now? So all you have to do is sit there and buy dreams from them and then deal with lowering your standards to engage with that person because you think that you don't deserve what you want right now? Or are you going to, even if it's conditional, go to the person who can meet your needs right now for what they are? Like, just let's be honest here. And if we want to take it a step further, the people who are very smart, like this is, and I was going to make a TikTok on this, but I guess I'll have to make it another day. Ruby Rose is one of the smartest people I've ever seen. One of the smartest business women I've ever seen in my entire life, simply because she understands this game better than anybody. She understands how desirable she is. And she understands as long as she's able to make it over the shame that is attempting to be projected onto her or really forced onto her, as long as she can make it over that society's shame of like girls like living how they want, getting what they want, or living in alignment to how like men traditionally live, she's getting all her bags, all her bags. I'm talking more than paid every day. I'm talking paid a million different ways every single day in a world where the people who have the most nasty opinions about her and people like her are the people who get paid once every 2 weeks, once every 4 weeks. And it's less than $1,000. Like you don't even, You don't even make $1,000 every 2 weeks or every week. And you're speaking down on somebody who makes more than your entire family has ever made in its entire bloodline existence, makes that every single month. It's it's almost it's almost like the, and this is what I say, like this, all of this just further it the fact that it's just it's a lot of guys who aren't able to sit down and say, you know what, like I was raised in this system knowing that I should be able to exploit my entitlement to women when I got to a certain status or age. And now that I've gotten there and I can't do that, and the potential of me having access to ever do that is completely gone, even though every man in my bloodline has had access to do that pretty seamlessly, like that's going to ruin me. Because not only is that you stripping the reality that I was guaranteed away, you're forcing me to live in a world where other people get to live or get to enjoy realities infinitely better than the one that I am suffering through, and I'm going to have to live with suffering forever. And then social media wants to push the or popularize the posts that are the most aesthetic, that are the most poppin', and then you start to realize on your feed, all you're seeing is dudes who are wearing suits and going on yacht parties and hanging out with just beautiful women every single day, and they're telling you you're not hanging out with tens every day. You must be a loser. You must be a soy boy. And then and to young, impressionable, traumatized even men who don't understand, hey, you know what? Everybody's living this life on their own journey. Everybody's living at the mercy of their own circumstances and on the consequences of their own decisions. And every second that you take to feed that energy of resentment to somebody who is experiencing a life or enjoying a life that you aren't, you are giving validation to the reality they're living, even if it's not real. And then you are taking the power that you could take to change your circumstances and giving it to them by feeding them your attention and your energy, only exacerbating this system of more people who don't have getting less than nothing, and people who have getting a little bit more because they're not satisfied with the everything they already do have. But there's always somebody identity that we can point the finger at. And that's what I want us to see. How many times are we going to point the finger before we all just look up and point the finger there? I don't even have to do too much. I don't even have to do too much explaining about this one because you know exactly it. Well, I guess I do because this might go up on a, maybe it won't go on a podcast because I have to show you guys all this stuff. So, oh wait, I can put videos on the podcast now. So, but if I can put videos on the podcast and you guys could just watch them. I'm talking to myself. I apologize. This is the consequence of what I'm describing here. It leaves every generation of man, especially as we exploit everybody and then hoard wealth, exploit, hoard wealth, exploit, hoard wealth. The more that we do that, every generation of man feels so much smaller than their circumstances because the expectation for them to succeed becomes so much greater. But the opportunity cost, or like the opportunity to succeed, even on the other end of that, is like so minuscule. It's damn near impossible. So not only is men's ability to achieve success ridiculously harder, but also their ability or our ability to be seen and heard and felt and cared for is almost impossible because we've perpetuated and created initially a society that says nobody should care about you men unless you are successful. But we're going to create a system where only 1% of men are successful and 0.9% of that 1% are all the same demographic. This is why it's important for us to address these things. And we have to address all of them, the race, the misogyny, the homophobia. We have to address all of it at the same time because we're all being funneled to be used and exploited for the sake of one demographic actualizing itself, and whoever hangs around in proximity willing to sacrifice anything that they care about enough to have like residual access to it as well. And if you take away the tools that people have to know objective reality, you take away education, you take away conscious conversation, you take away community, you take away live experience and in-person engagement. When you take away, and you only feed them toxicity, then people are going to rely on what they believe, and what they believe is at the mercy of what they feel, and what they feel is at the mercy of everything they know. Because more times than not, what I just described, they don't know anything. We're just raising illiterate slaves that are just willing to be indoctrinated at the benefit that they don't have to feel their feelings of insecurity and fear anymore. So anytime in this system, we as men, we can't even recognize how much power we have to change things and create a world that's better for not just us, but the world around us. Because every time somebody wants to look at us and tell us, hey, guys, you're hurting us, and you're hurting yourselves, and you're hurting the whole entire world, which in recent time has been women, all we sit here and do is cover our ears and say, la, 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 I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Because again, even though this system terrorizes and destroys us as much as it does, we still think, hey, if I can't get any power out of this system, at least I can get some power looking down at that other human being and thinking that they're less than me. Sets up the stage to hate people for a lot more than just their gender. Sets up the stage to hate people for their race. Sets up the stage to hate people for the way their mind works. Sets up the stage to hate people for their disabilities. Sets up the stage to hate people because they're other than you. And now looking at the direct other of men in this society, women, when given the opportunity to succeed and actualize themselves into this world that is, again, built for men by men, they literally beat men at their own game. So much so that women are not even being like they succeeded, surpassed the standard of living and systems, so much so they are now on the other end of the game waiting for new games to play. And those new games come on the other end of more freedom, more autonomy, more self-awareness, and more accommodation and investment, more respect, more love. But this system doesn't have the capacity to do that because we barely had the capacity to allow women to be more than second-class citizens. So you think that we can beg the system a little bit more to make them everything that they can be? I absolutely doubt it. Absolutely doubt it. And this is the main issue we're going through right now. Women being on the literally at the finish line. So not all, of course, but many women being at the finish line of patriarchy and knowing that there's more than just patriarchy. It's like, actually, that's a bad analogy. But them, it's okay, this is a good one. It's like a butterfly fully becoming a butterfly, but the cocoon never opening. There's only one thing that can happen. If the butterfly can't get out the cocoon and it's already live, or the human or a baby is born and it is fully alive and it's still existing in the body and it needs to come out, but it's still existing in the mother's body, I don't even have to tell you what the consequences of that are. Oh, damn it. Whatever. I don't even have to tell you what the consequences of that are. And the more we continue to not allow women to go fully into run into the forest of the infinity of who they are, to access all of those amazing gifts, especially all the things that patriarchy doesn't allow us to appreciate that women have or explore in them, then we're going to keep on, as men, we're going to keep on thinking that that's happening, this expansion beyond the claustrophobic box of what is perceived to be a woman, we're going to take this as making us feel smaller. And then we are going to attempt to punish them because them as women being small is what, in relation to patriarchy, plays a significant role in making us feel good or feeling strong. But how can we even create, or multi-generationally, how can we even perpetuate this if the people who create the life of the system constantly get dehumanized off rip? And why are people, men's cults, like exclusively men's cults, and I think it's actually a bunch of down low homosexuals in there, but why are men's cults the only ones allowed to decide what a woman is, what a woman can do, how a woman can actualize, if not to completely enslave and exploit the full potential of what a woman has from their own comprehension? You have to be trusting enough as a man to know that letting women go off into the fullness of who they are will only allow them an awareness of everything that they are and everything that they have the potential to bring to this collective. And then and that also forces us to recognize how important that is for everybody to have access to running all the way off into the forest, but to knowing they can come back home and still be loved and cared for with all the new stories and all the new gifts and all the new resources that they've come with. So again, this ambitious woman is showing us that she is ready for more, and the world is not ready for more. And if we don't force ourselves to be ready for more, then our system will implode because the energy is too chaotic, or we will have to really start siphoning energy from these well-adjusted beings, highly developed beings, back into like Handmaid's Tale situation. And this kind of just goes into further justify what I'm saying here. It's no strong man fears a strong woman, because a strong man develops his or derives his strength from himself, and a strong woman derives her strength from herself. And I'm not saying from themselves like their ego, their identity, from their natural divine awareness of their connection to the infinity. And they know that they are a materialized aspect, expression of this infinity, and they are not just a stagnant being like a rock. They are constantly growing and developing and constantly have access to tapping into that infinity and sharing it through the self, authentic to them, unique to them. That's where strong people get their strength from, their confidence from, their gifts from, the self. Because the self is not even all that is. The self is just the nose, just the tip, the being that you are, the human being that you are, is just the tip of the iceberg as to everything that your infinity is. But living in a world that forces you to constantly bills after bills after bills and constantly force yourself into reality as much as possible, constantly expounding yourself into a reality that doesn't reciprocate that energy, you'll never understand that more of who you are exists in the metaphysical, exists in the what could be, rather than what exists in the what is in the right now. And that is only an awareness that you can appreciate if you accept the divine nature and the metaphysical nature of the feminine. And consequently, being able to appreciate the feminine in its one of its many expressions, that is the human woman. Because I believe the divine feminine can showcase herself or itself in a myriad of different ways, even through men, through children, through pets, through nature. But the divine feminine expresses itself through life, through conscious life, not just human flesh life, through conscious life. And if we don't appreciate not only women's natural connectivity to that aspect and that energy, then we as men will never even be able to have the clear understanding as to how we can access it within ourselves, and how we can all as a society cultivate that energy within ourselves and properly express it into a world where we can be contributing members of. So women grow makes weak men feel insecure. And because so many weak men are what the majority of our populace is, since we've decided to hoard all of their access to opportunity and wealth and self-sufficiency, weak men will end up writing the laws, or at least allowing the signage of the laws that turn women back into second-class citizens. And that's why it's so important for us to discuss these kinds of conversations, because it's a lot more than just Sally Joe or like Mary Ann cheated on you at a party with a jock last week, and like now you hate women forever. This is sociological implications. And because of our fear and our ignorance and our own shame on the inside, especially as men, we will vote for people who will dehumanize women and disrespect women. And we will vote for legislation that will never allow us to see the communities that will actually provide us the healing and the love that we've tried to force out of these women. Oh, what the? Oh, now we're going to get into it. Now we're going to get it. Now we're really getting into it. Let's see how much time I got here. Okay. It's not too bad. Okay. So this is what I've started to realize, that there are two types of, like, not two, there's not only two, but these are the two main types of desire that I've seen that men have for women. Men either desire women's love in the sense of like being in an intimate relationship, like not necessarily I own you, but it's like we are for each other. And I want that love, that intimacy, depth. And then there's ones who just desire to be accepted by women. They don't necessarily desire to be in relationship with, or at least intimate relationship. They just desire to be on the other end of, okay, like what I'm saying is acceptable to involve myself in a community where other women exist. Mind you, we have to make that, especially as men, we have to learn ourselves enough and learn our intentions with women enough to understand which ones we fall here, or how our relationships with women fall into these categories. And mind you, I actually like to add a third section here, which is a more unhealthy one, which is men who desire women just so much, or the women's energy so much, they want to be women. Whether it's men who are disappointed that they don't get the same dating app experience as women, whether it's men who don't like that men don't get any fucking validation unless we do something successful in society, so they want the validation that women get, or whether it's men who want princess treatment and don't want to actually work for what they have and stand up and be who they are, and they just want to be saved. I'm not saying this is all women, but I'm just saying like this is a almost like a emasculated man's mentality. And to some, it's not unhealthy. Like there's some people who are just like naturally like divine feminine expressing through a man, and then through that they're naturally feminine men. But there is a different bastardized, like, and this is on the back end of a lot of trauma or poor socialization, that I'm a man, but I hate my manhood so much. I want to be a woman so much so that I will actually be or emulate or become a woman. And that's a conversation that I want us to have as men as we grow and heal on our journey, because we don't want to make any decisions in relation to our self-actualization that are strictly rooted in attempting to run away from or neglect the natural process or the natural pain that we're going to feel healing the trauma that is forcing us to question why we don't desire to be men, if that's what we were born as. And again, that could be clipped and taken very negatively by whatever community feels negatively impacted by that. But again, none of my content is like anti-LGBTQ or anti-queer or anti-non-traditional masculinity. I'm an autistic male. Like I'm a non-traditional man. But what I'm saying is, do we desire to be loved for our unique masculinity? Or do we desire to become somebody other than ourselves that is loved the way that we want to be loved, at the mercy of ever becoming aware of our true self enough and accepting that enough to just say, you know what, I'll put this in the world whether people accept it or not, and allow the people who do appreciate me and my truth to appreciate that, not needing to force the world to appreciate me at a different pace or in a different way than what the world is currently showing me, at least in ways that are not authentic to my own like natural personal growth journey. Ones that I can make the decisions, ones that I can truly believe in myself, ones that I can truly look in the mirror and accept myself for who I am, or accept myself for the decisions that I've made, because that's who I am and I'm confident in that. Handful of ways to negatively deal through that negatively deal through that heartbreak though. And it's the reason why I call this heartbreak creates monsters in men is because this is those demographics of men that I was just describing. That's how we as men usually enter even engaging with women, or other than just thinking that women are beautiful and just like wanting to like be in relationship. Like that's usually how it incites itself outside of just traditional, hey, you're a boy, grow up, become a man, get a wife, have a family, keep it going. These emotions don't change even when you get your heart broken or when you move or when your ex starts like, or when your girl starts like talking to her ex again. Like none of these, how do I explain it? These emotions are the natural intention, the inner energy that initiates the relationship or the pursuit of the relationship for the man. And then the heartbreak that happens afterwards, or the rejection of that pursuit of love, that's what forces men into a bunch of different directions, to scatter into a bunch of different directions. And because there's no collective community of like men's healing or men's consciousness, everybody's kind of at the mercy of what they've been told to do as a consequence of that. Now, handful of people choose to grow. Like they choose personal development, they choose like to go heal and to just, or they should realize like, you know what, this is not the person for me. I'm going to keep on pushing. But the problem is that that's usually so few people because there's only so many of people like that in our society that have been raised and socialized with some genuine morality and intention, especially in this very like quickly adapting world that we live in. But one of the ways one of the ways to adapt. And I say the way that I would choose to adapt if I were you, after you're tired of going through heartbreaks, you're tired of getting cheated on, you're tired of all that nonsense through relationships, pursue healing, pursue a relationship with yourself first, and then see how much more difficult it is for somebody to pull up on you, disrespecting you when you know how you would treat you if you were that other. Hold on one second, guys. All right, I apologize. I don't even know. I don't know where I stopped right there, but I'm assuming that we've concluded the slide and we're able to move into the next one. So we're gonna go do that. I was fiddling with the my connectors and I ended up unplugging my mic and the screen. So forgive me for that. If you can, we'll move into this next part. What kind of unhealthy methods have a lot of men chosen to go on to as a means of addressing this trauma here? Now, most most guys will take it like, oh, like guys don't cry, just like shut up and like suppress your feelings. So a lot of guys are gonna isolate and suffer in silence and think that like this is just something they can take on the chin and then just wake up tomorrow and not pick up any kind of depression or any kind of anxiety or any kind of like post-traumatic stress disorder. They won't think about this for the next couple of years or months or however long it takes to like get them to really figure it out emotionally. Like they won't start relying on whether it's drugs or alcohol as a means of suppressing the emotions and how intense they are and how they never got closure and all this type of stuff. So the lack of community that guys have, one, stops us as men from even wanting to pursue genuine healing, because it's like, well, I'm going to heal and then where am I go? Where am I going to go? And because so many guys choose or lie and say that they're healing, but they're really just isolating themselves as a means of like waiting for the trauma to pass over or like waiting to abandon their emotions again or find something to use to abandon their emotions. Nobody actually takes the initiative to take that second step beyond healing and go, well, I'm going to create the community of people who want to do this. Again, we're every generation we exacerbate the issue by creating new generations of boys without creating systems ever to receive them ever. So it's more boys being created, being set up to fail in a world where there is nothing to save them with. Now, the last and I made this like a couple months ago before the election, well before the election. So it's interesting that this has finally expressed itself into our reality, and I'm actually disgusted that it has. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm all happy go lucky because this is the world we've created, but this is something that we have to address, and I'm glad that I'm saying it here because this is very, 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 very politically important. The left has its own exclusive agenda behind a newly acceptable form of masculinity. So the broken boys either choose between complete emasculation or the Roman barbarian reincarnation cult. And that's basically just the like guns, beers, hot chicks, like the American make America masculine again type propaganda. Now, I tried to give that perspective on TikTok. Like I actually was dumb enough to think that like I could share this perspective of saying, hey, people who consider yourself in this patriarchal space of consciousness, if there's no place for men to go outside of them choosing healing, like beyond patriarchy, they'll just walk right back into it. Like it doesn't even matter. You're just and that will lead us into this graphic right here. I said, hey, patriarchy's right here, and the new community, I guess, the only community that talks about anti-patriarchy or talks about healing from masculinity are these is this community of people who also happens to be enmeshed with victims of patriarchy, but not only victims of patriarchy who want to be in a community beyond patriarchy, also victims that their whole entire identity is being a victim. So you fundamentally eliminate the space to have healthy environments or healthy discussion and conversation with men because people in the community like genuinely hate men. Like, and I understand like the deep trauma and the deep pain. I don't ever let me sit here thinking that, or don't ever let that be me invalidating trauma. But I want to let you know, as like a human being, there's no way in hell a community gets built when a man is willing to humble themselves enough to be in community, and a woman is able to humble herself enough to be in a community, but another woman is not able to humble herself because she knows that she gets more power being able to exist in a woman's only space where nothing really gets done, but they get to be like the figureheads of speech or influence rather than in a community where they would have to just like shut up and then submit to whatever community they are helping meet the needs of. And this is again why I have such an issue with social media, because so many of your favorite creators built their brands off of being I hate women, I hate men, literal like both sides, not just incel, but incel and femcel culture, because it keeps people engaged. It keeps people on the platforms at the mercy of the culture and at the mercy of the people's consciousness in that. So because it's so like there's so many people in this, if you want to even call it a community, there's so many more people in this community that just hate men and all men and have that reinforced by their individual For You pages. There's men aren't allowed in here anyway. Like men who want to heal from patriarchy but still be men, you're not allowed in here. But then if you're a man who wants to heal from patriarchy and be a stand-up person that serves the world and all the people in it, you're not allowed to be here, because the whole entire point of this game that we're all playing is sacrifice as many people as you can to be the greatest man possible and then force everybody to respect you because they all depend on you for salvation. So I'm just bringing light to this imaginary fucking, forgive me, I'm not allowed to say that. I'm just here bringing light to this imaginary railroad or this imaginary connector that supposedly everybody knows exists, especially on the left, saying that, hey, you know what, like, just come onto our side, just be a stand-up person, and then like you'll never have to worry about anything again, and you can help us fight against patriarchy. But they don't tell you that there is none. There's zero connector here. It's two individual parties fighting against each other, throwing blows back at each other. And the people who want to go from one to the other, you have to commit to the other sports team and go out of your way to hate everybody in the other community if you want to be accepted, as if there aren't people in there who also need help and need something to believe in to commit themselves to healing themselves out of this psychosis. And that leads me to this term that I've created, the social buck breaking, which is you can't enter this new leftist, like liberal consciousness space as a man unless you're willing to be buck broken by your community, or at least by the non-males in your community. Because even if you're smart, you don't know anything because you're a man. Or even if you care, you don't care enough because you're a man. Or even if you this, well, then they project their psychosis onto you to justify not including you in the community, but using you for what they can't do with your community, which is of other men, which they're assuming you still have influence over, because after they just took you and then started wearing you around like a trophy, they think that other men are going to accept you now. And also they think that other men are going to accept you if you harass them in a way that they wish they could harass men. So it's just like, damn, like I'm starting to realize like, I don't even want to be in a community with a lot of you people. Like a lot of you people, your social media has made you, the algorithms and the success on the algorithms has made you feel like you are actually experts. And you actually, oh, well, all these men follow me, all these women follow me, all these people support me in my comments. Like, bro, because you're keeping people addicted to the internet, and you're addicting people to the internet philosophies that aren't real or that only coddle their trauma, stop them from going out into the world and having experiences that invalidate that psychosis. And even worse, they go into the real world exclusively to validate their psychosis, exclusively to validate their beliefs that all men are shitty, exclusively to validate all women are this, all men are this, all people, all relationships, dating culture. And then it becomes a game of like you being a journalist doing research reports to submit back to the psychosis in your brain. And then the reports end up being funneled back to your internet cult community, rather than you actually experiencing life for what it is and allowing yourself to make different decisions and to put yourself in different circumstances and to have different experiences that might show you, hey, there is something to believe in on that other side of men that I hate so much. The only reason I'm even having this conversation with y'all is because there's women that I love and care for, so many more than I dislike, because the ones that I dislike don't make me dislike women as a whole. I dislike them as a person. And that's something that a lot of you guys will never understand, bro. Like some people will call me a misogynist for saying that, but the only women I don't like them in their humanity, like who they are, the person is, whether it's and I'm just making up names here, a Kelly or a Rachel or a Suzanne, like that is who I don't like. I don't hate all women because so-and-so cheated on me this many years ago. I don't hate women because so-and-so disrespected me or called me out of my name. Like, no, I don't like you for disrespecting Disani, me. And because of that, I will not engage in this relationship any further. I will sever this as healthily as we can, and I will keep moving, because you're showing me you don't respect and care about me enough for me to even give you my truth or give you any energy anymore to contribute to whatever bullshit you got to keep going. So keep going here, because I just explained this slide literally right now. I was arguing with somebody in a comment section, but I was being, I'm going to admit here, I'll take responsibility for this. I was being condescending because I was confused as to like how you could just only nitpick everything that I'm saying to validate your own beliefs, or to try to paint me in a picture that would make me look like some like abusive animal. So you never had to address what I was actually talking about, because I've had a mother who did that reactive abuse bullshit and said, hey, you know what? Instead of actually caring about you, let me just put you in a position to react in a way where I can tell everybody in your family and everybody that you know, you're an abusive animal. And nobody will trust you. Nobody will believe you. But mind you, I set you up to do this. And I set you up so I could yell at you and say, why are you raising your voice at me? Why are you doing this? Why are you, oh my goodness, you're so like, you don't even have to put me through any of those narcissistic tactics anymore. I've already seen through them from the people that were supposed to love me. So when I see somebody in a comment section, not only trying to triangulate other users into hating me while invalidating every single person in my comments who does say something supporting me, while also tagging your favorite creators to support you and help like tag them in to beat up on me like some kind of gangbang. And then on top of that, you don't post any videos with your face in them, and you don't post any videos, period, speaking about or expressing your own level of intellect and on the topic or on the subject. You just think because I'm supposed to, and mind you, you don't even have a profile picture, so I don't even know if you're a woman. You could be a man making this stuff up. You want me to just submit myself, somebody who's willing to go through the scary nature of posting my authentic truth on the internet. You want me to submit myself to you because I made you feel bad, and you don't even have the guts to put your own self in relation to or aligned with the perspective you're giving. But you did have the authority to call me a narcissist and a misogynist. You did have the authority to do everything else I described, bring the whole world in to paint a picture of me because you don't want to take accountability for what I am directly pointing at. And that is making you so insecure, and you not being able to flee the light that I keep showing on you is what is forcing you to set me up to say something or respond in a way that makes me look like a piece of shit. And I think the best part about it, these like fem cells, I'll just call them fem cells. The best part about it is they almost like, the whole intention of engaging with men is to like either make men mad or to like further validate why they hate men, which is a consequence of, I don't know, how they engage with them. and they think that like after you're done with disagreeing with them, they think that you're going to hate women just as much as they hate men because that's just how they live their life. Like they like, oh, like, yeah, well, you know what? I don't do any of this to heal or to grow or to become anybody better or to like actually have healthy relationships. I'm just doing this because it's my identity, and I get a bunch of validation from it from my peers on the internet. And every time I post a video on it, I get 100,000 views instead of 100 views. And I'm getting paid for all those views. So why would I stop? It's like, I don't, and again, this is me reinforcing the point I just made. I don't hate women, especially dealing with ignorant, traumatized, like lacking accountability women. I don't hate all women. I love women with everything in me. Every drop of blood in my body loves women. Like, I honestly think I love women so much. Even if I was born a woman, I'd still love women. That's just a part of the genetic code that I came with. But the issue is, I'm not going to let you feel like you can tarnish my character, tarnish my name, tarnish my brand, because what I'm saying forces you to do a little bit more healing work than you are willing to do, and also takes away the power from your hands being able to just punish men for existing, especially when men who have seen this game being played out before are willing to hold you accountable and you aren't willing to hold yourself accountable. And the funny thing about these people is that like when they can't get at you for like the truth that you're speaking on, they say, he's condescending, he's mean, he's arrogant, he can't take criticism. Like, no. You're attacking my character. This has nothing to do with critique at all. And if you're attacking my character, which is something I'm never going to do to you because I would never want people to attack my character, I'm just going to be more direct about the truth. Because the only reason why I'd bounce around the truth at all is to protect your feelings, not mine. The truth of my reality has been so earth-shattering and so scary and traumatizing to me. I don't think anybody could tell me anything that I haven't already like felt the emotions for at this point. But for somebody who doesn't post themselves on the internet, for somebody who doesn't post, who doesn't show the world their own level of intellect and their thought process. For somebody who's willing to jump the gun and only nitpick perspectives and opinion pieces that they can use to further validate their hatred of men, rather than hearing me out as somebody who wants to exist in a community with you only if you're willing to take accountability. Like you make it real difficult, bro. And it's like I am realizing I'm glad that I'm willing to still create content on the back end of that stuff. I'm glad I'm still able to add these into these lectures because I am not for everybody. Not only the autism is an acquired taste, I am naturally not supporting people who refuse to take shadow work. I refuse to validate people who don't look within and see where they are participating in the grand scheme of the trauma of everything going on. Because as long as everybody's willing to take responsibility for their own problems, that gives us the best foundation to help create a community that can help everybody meet their needs. But if we all me first, me first, me first, me first. If every single person all the damn time, and then anytime anybody says anything that makes you uncomfortable, we have to start over again, we will never get anything done. And these are the types of communities that level of psychosis exacerbates. Those content creators who are able to see, oh my goodness, look at all of these traumatized women, or look at all these traumatized men. Why don't I just tell them everything they want to hear and then get them to support me? And then once they trust me enough, or once I've validated enough of their trauma, why don't I just create a course and they can start paying my bills? What if I create a community, a paid community? And they can start subscribing to my psychosis. What if I make a viral t-shirt? Now, mind you, I might be snitching on myself about like just natural branding advice and whatnot. So I guess if you're a business person, you could take that, but most of you probably aren't. So this only applies in the sense of what I'm describing here. But these content creators have gotten to the point where they've branded themselves as experts, And not only branded, but because of their branding of that, they can now monetize. And if they can monetize spreading psychosis, especially poor people, and I'm saying poor people isn't less than making $1 million a year. If poor people can be incentivized to spread psychosis for a couple extra dollars, if not a couple hundred, a couple $1,000s a month, then we're already cooked as a society, because the leaders are just self-proclaimed healers that are just hoarding traumatized people that are willing to shell enough of their energy, money, or attention long enough to raise this cult leader into the superhero status that they want to be in. The savior mentality, the savior complex they want to exist in. But again, all these creators do is coddle their communities, and their trauma, and say, because, and I made this take on TikTok, go check that out. I'd be talking about, actually TikTok's getting deleted by the time this goes up. I made this take before. Most of these, especially the dating coaches, they're giving you advice to keep you in the community. And the only way to keep you in the community is to keep you hating everything that would give you access to the outside of the community. And what is that? A healthy damn relationship. Because if you keep on believing what's happening in the community, you're going to think for a fact there is no healthy partners out in the world. And then you're going to go into the world like with 1 foot in, 1 foot out, just like trying to see if anybody is like really who they say they are, or, you know what I mean? Or you're only going out into the world for the sake of watching out for red flags. But if you're watching out for red flags, it means you're gonna reduce the significance and appreciation for the green flags that this person has to show, because you want to make sure that you don't miss a single red flag they have. Because if they have a red flag, then you have to see it and you have to leave them, or you have to punish them because you don't want to get hurt first. And that's how these communities cultivate cults of identity, cults of trauma bonding. And I don't even want to get free promo on here, bro. So do not take this as a means of like going to this person's TikTok account and like don't be going over there. We just had a beef that lasted like a week, and I had to reference their account in this. So please protect the sanctity of that profile. Do not go there on behalf of me. Do not say anything on behalf of me. And be very, very respectful if you do engage with this person. This is nothing against them as a person or their identity. It's just I had to use it to reference what their community was using them to do as a means of destroying the potential that we could have to collaborate and we as creators could have to create communities that could actually cultivate a healthy sense of consciousness. So getting back to my point here, these people think that they're being represented by these leaders, but they're not. They're having that trauma coddled. And if your trauma is being coddled, you're caring for your trauma. You can never, ever be strong enough to let it go. Okay? Because letting it go is going to force you to grow and force you to develop a relationship with something other than your trauma, probably yourself. And in doing that, you live a world where you stop feeling as if you have to keep coddling your trauma. You stop feeling as if you have to keep mentally masturbating over, well, this happened, and not focusing on how you can take care of yourself to feel accepting today. And beyond that, moving forward into a future with better opportunities or just new opportunities, period, to get you to let your mind cling on to new experiences and not exclusively those negative ones that you've been enduring. Final part here is that there's not only is there all these rules to get into these types of communities, like this one creator named like Manifestel, there's all these like different types of rules to get into the community. It's just to a point where the only people that can speak are cult members, and the only people who are cult members are people who are willing to literally be buck broken enough to set themselves and their truth aside to fully be not only accepting of, but representative members of the psychosis that is being cultivated by the in-group and insinuated or initiated by the leader of that group. And it's just, it's tough because it's like so many of these leaders too, like as much as they hate men too, and they know they can exploit you for how much you hate men, they have healthy fathers in their lives. They have good brothers. They have healthy relationships with other boys and men in their lives that they don't have intimate relationships with, or they don't have like intercourse with, but they have intimate relationships with them. And they're convincing you that all men suck. They're convincing you that there's no good men out there. They're convincing you, but daddy still pays her bills. Daddy still shows up and pays the light bill. And it could be daddy like biological daddy, or it could be daddy like daddy with money. But like, can we start, and actually that sounds like doxing, so no. I was going to say, can we start auditing our creators for like what BS they're pushing and like how aligned that is with their own circumstances, or if they're just trying to make a bag off of like their community? But I don't want you guys to dox anybody. Like I think creators should have privacy. Just like celebrities, I think creators should have privacy in their private life because they're choosing what they share with you. But it only, when you have a bunch of traumatized people that are just validating each other, it seems like it's an active community building process, but it's not. And why it's not is because it is a cult building process. And the only people, especially men, that's what I'm saying, men here, men can't get in this community unless they're willing to get buck broken enough into alignment with what? The way that men are desired to be seen in this type of community. And the only way that men are desired to be seen or received as is buck broken, because so many people in these communities have been traumatized by non-buck broken men, or just like, I don't even want to call it masculine men, but just like more rugged, traditionally expressing men. And they think that as a means to cope with that, they can just say, well, none of you type of men are allowed, rather than saying, well, if those type of men, those men that traumatized us, were raised better, and I'm not putting that responsibility on the women, I'm putting that responsibility on the community and the villages. But if they were raised better, if they were loved more, and not coddled, loved and held responsible more, and if they were supported in being stand-up people, and if they had stand-up figures to look up to and to believe in, it'd be a lot harder for guys on a mass scale to be as horrible as this world and social media culture wants to perpetuate that men are, and that boys are collectively. And not only do you buck break men who want to get in this community, but you punish all the men who are outside of this community. And you say, hey, you can't get in here unless you're willing to be punished by us and then eternally be punished to maintain your acceptance in this community or your eligibility. No man who loves themselves or no man who accepts their masculinity is willing to humble themselves enough to do that bullshit. We are willing to humble ourselves to raise children. We are willing to humble ourselves to build cities, to build communities. We are willing to humble ourselves enough to sit back and say, hey, that is not my mess right now. But we are not going to humble ourselves enough to the point where we disrespect ourselves and our own autonomy to be in a community of some neo-patriarchal cult that is now just replacing all the men of the community with women as a means of getting revenge rather than a means of actually liberating women and non-traditional patriarchal men from this system so we can create all different types of communities that can not only exist and thrive, but thrive off of supporting each other in our multicultural diversity. Mike Slam, that's what I'll call it. Now, what do? I personally don't believe I exist at the top of my community. And that's why I feel like it's so difficult for somebody like me to create a community like traditional people and followers and leaders do in this world. Because I don't stick to a specific niche. I just am who I am, and you're going to get that for what it is. And I hope that I speak as much as I can about everything that I do so I can cultivate a community of people, or I can cultivate a community of people who feel like they are being serviced. That sounds fucked up, but feel like they are being served by me. So I don't have to be anything other than myself, but all these different types of people can be a part of my community because they understand that all these different ideas and perspectives I give are all in relation fundamentally to who I am and the energy that I carry and I'm expressing myself with. So for that, I don't need to cultivate a specific demographic of people in my audience. I don't need to have, hey, you can only be this to be a part of my community. You have to do this to stay in my community. I'm cultivating an energy within myself, and I am saying, you can come here and join me in cultivating this energy, or you can be outside of it. But if you're going to be around here, you're going to be respectful and you're going to be intentional. And a lot of people just can't do that. They either can't do that or they won't do that. And with that being said, bro, I could just move on, but I have no intention of punishing people who don't want to submit to my own culture and my own standards. But I am willing to hold people accountable who aren't willing to look within themselves to see the systems that they are perpetuating and they are benefiting from. Because for every one cult leader, there's an entire community of people who are completely void of personal responsibility and autonomy. So if the cult leader dies or the cult gets disbanded, there's literally 99% of the people are just at the mercy of finding another cult. Every single cult you create a 99 more cult members, bro, who don't know how to take responsibility for their own self. The best thing that they can happen after they leave this cult is joining another one, because it's every time they join a cult and the longer they stay in them, it's just more and more and more taken away from their own autonomy. In exchange for the convenience that is having their trauma coddled. But somebody like me, the reason why I have no like closed door policy, like you have to come into this community and you have to be here, or else you get kicked out and I'm never letting you back in. Because there's perspectives I'm going to give that are going to be deemed wrong or deemed like incorrect for the time that we live in. And I'm willing to accept the fact that I'm going to be wrong sometimes and I'm going to be sounding weird sometimes, but the intention is what I come with. And you don't have to stay here if the advice or the value that I'm giving doesn't apply to making your life what you want to make your life. But if you're going to be a part of my community, you have to respect that I am this person and this is who I am. And you came here because I was being me. So how the hell are you going to change me from being me for the sake of being who you want me to be when the only reason why you're even here is because I was being me in the first place? So I don't even have to worry about retaining people or about holding people in my community or about even protecting the sanctity of my community because I know that as long as I'm taking care of myself and the words that I'm saying and the intentions that I have, I'm naturally going to weed off everybody who doesn't support the vision and doesn't genuinely want to be here to be a contributing member of this thing that I'm cultivating. And the reason and not having any borders in this system that I'm creating forces us to hold each other together as a means of making the system work, rather than creating a bunch of expectations that force people to be afraid of disrespecting or not fulfilling the expectations and then having their well-being or connection to the community being at the mercy of that. So what is the problem with these types of like just I hate male completely and I'm just going to build a whole entire brand off of that? There's only there's only a handful of men that end up being received by these and again it's really white women feminism. It's not all feminism, it's just white women feminism and white American woman feminism. And again, white women, especially white American women, I love you. But when it comes to conversations like this, y'all gotta let us handle this stuff. Especially when it comes to social activism, you gotta let us handle this. And if you won't listen to me, you don't have to listen to me because I'm a man. You can listen to black women, but you gotta listen to somebody other than yourselves, bro. Because when you guys are leading this like whole feminist movement, these are the only types of guys that you get. These are the types of guys that you get. So the reason why I say the male narc, the covert male narc, is what you get in your community when you perpetuate this I hate men, I hate men, I hate men. These probably hate you receive these guys who probably also hate men too, but they hate the fact that they are so nice and so good guy, so good boy that they don't get access to women, but guys who do act bad boy and nasty and traumatizing and abusive towards women get more access to or better access to women than they do. So these guys say, you know what? If you hate men so much, why don't I just enter this community by acting like or presenting myself as not one of them? But where it may seem, especially in a world where so few men desire to genuinely be like outwardly expressive of how much they love and care for women, when you see guys who are so willing to the point where it's pandering, like so willing to put themselves on Front Street, turn themselves onto a doormat, you have to question, why are you doing all of this if you aren't expecting anything on the other end? But because it comes with love bombing, it comes with saying everything that wants to be heard and just saying so much. These people have a better chance of getting into this women's community than non-traditional patriarchal men do, because we will not say things just to have access to a community. We are saying what we need to say for the sake of the real community, not the sake of giving some people just transferring the abusive levels of power that are handed off in these cults of identity. So these male narcs, these covert narcs, they position themselves almost like triangulating themselves by saying, look at how horrible those other men are. You should come here with me and you should come love me because I'll never do you like that. But even if they never do you like that, how would they do you? And you can't even guarantee if how they would do you is any better than how that other guy is going to do you. But it's because so many men are so invalidated and so traumatized, they automatically rush towards this grandiose nature, this pro-patriarchal, like red pill mindset. They further exacerbate the validity of this lying ass nice guy. So women are sitting here saying, well, if you're not this crazy animal, then maybe you're a little more believable. And that's how those nasty covert narcissists end up walking their way into the feminist community, where they end up building entire brands, giving advice to women, dating advice for women, intimate advice for women. Like, what about your advice for men? Like, you ever think that? You ever think, like, how could you build a whole entire brand off of like giving advice to women? I'm even talking about Steve Harvey, bro. Like, how could you build maybe not Steve Harvey because that's only a part of his brand. But unless you're, again, a fully emasculated man or you are a covert narcissist, you probably aren't going to be getting into or being properly received into these communities or into this white woman like neo patriarchal feminist community, because you don't say, you still stand up for your own well-being and your own masculinity outside of the buck breaking. And there's aspects of that traditional masculinity that you need to accept in yourself that make traumatized people, especially traumatized women, very afraid. And they don't want to fear you accidentally expressing that or imposing that onto them. So they'd rather just buck break you instead of allow you to heal that and develop real like strong systems around that. So you don't have to put the world at the mercy of your inability to regulate your emotions. And this is just how and this is really how the polarization is just further just ripping itself through society. You have and also the reason why I even included this, because I'm sitting here thinking like, why the hell am I talking about politics when I'm just talking about sociology? But the reason why I even included this is because look at how both political parties can just take advantage of two sides that are already bickering, take advantage of the sides, and then exploit them to the gills to then use all of us in these groups against each other to play their own game, which they always just end up like after beating each other up, they end up just kissing and making up afterwards. Because this is an oligarchy. This is the American oligarchy. I should have actually just made one line here and then split it down here, because this is the American oligarchy. And then here is just the people who think, oh, whether it's the nice guys or like the radical feminists thinking like, oh my goodness, like if we all just hate men enough, we'll create a world that we want to live in. And then the liberals on the left take that, you go, oh, well, that's another movement we can co-opt to develop enough marketing push to sell the next election. And then the conservatives just sit there and say, like, every single time, like, somebody else gets human rights to the extent where it would reduce the privilege that was initially sold to the like as the American dream. When they say, look at these animals taking your humanity. And then, like I was saying in the initial section 2, conservatives are going to manipulate off fear and liberals are going to manipulate off hope. And they will just both continue to say, hey, what can we get people to believe in? And how can we stop people from knowing any kind of objective fact or truth that would stop them from falling for our lies? And if they can get us to hate each other and spend more focus hating each other and distracted by what they're feeding us to distract us, then we'll never, ever, 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 ever see the game that's being played on us. Never. Oh, goodness. Perfect. I don't have too much time here. I The reason why I even decided to even include this here. Sorry, there's an alarm going on right now. The main reason why I included this is because I know that there's women in my community that have been waiting to hear these things, and not just spoken by a man, but just waiting to hear these things from somebody that they can like respect and be like, oh, okay, that does make sense. And thank you for like not just leaving it at that and making us hate ourselves. Like, thank you for letting us know that, yeah, we can be way, way, way more than just like going back and forth, turning each other into punching bags in this society. We can be everything that we ever dreamed of, and then share that, not only that potential, but that reality with our children, our daughters, our granddaughters, and our sisters, our wives, our mothers, our everything beyond us. But the desire to engage in that savior complex, especially on the liberal side, the leftist side, it's this is the from what I can see, this is the demographic split that ends up coming off of these feminist movements, at least in a world where a human rights movement that was a feminist movement gets co-opted by a political party and then completely bastardized. But forgive me. I think I've been talking too long. Heartburn. Well, one side, one side just naturally says, you know what? Why would I keep on, like, why am I going to make a big deal out of this when I already get benefits from just like shutting up and existing within patriarchy? So because of that, these women say, let me just take the crumbs that I can get off of this, like out of like a marriage or this traditional family structure or the traditional patriarchal structure, and then just like kind of just invalidate everybody else's trauma. Like a pick me almost. And the best part is that there's people who've actually built careers being pick me's to like red pillars or men, just like kind of like pretty attractive girls that can just say everything that men want to hear, and they'll make bucks off that. So that happens to be one side, and that's usually like the others of like this side that I'm about to describe. But those are the people who are told like, hey, you know what, like you hate women because you submit to patriarchy. This is what I've decided from all my interactions with traumatized and non-traumatized women online and in the real world. This is what I've seen is the enmeshed cult of identity. There are people in this group, and I'm talking about in this feminist movement group, there are people in the group that are traumatized, but instead of saying I am traumatized, forgive me, I'm saying this wrong. That they are so traumatized, they probably react as a consequence of that trauma and not like healing through it. But if you can see that enough, you can see, oh, this is a desire to be healed. It's just going about it negatively. Now, there's people in the community that are feeling very invalidated. That, although it's expressed negatively more times than not, what I hear when I see that, like an expression of somebody who feels invalidated, is I want to be heard. And then when I see the people who are in this community feeling like they can yap about everything, especially speaking about how much they hate men, but they don't have any positive role models, male role models or male figures they can look up to or be inspired by in their life, those are people that are actually trying to convince you or tell you and communicate to you, I want to be helped. And what's funny is that it may not be this, but what I'm starting to realize is that it's just like the men's incel issue, how like the hatred of women truly comes from like a deep desire of wanting to love women, more times than not, comes from a deep desire of wanting to love women, but not knowing how or not being able to in your reality. And because you hate the not, you project that hatred onto women until they submit themselves to you to make you happy. But it comes from like a deep sense of love and lacking being able to love and care authentic to how you want to, and punishing the world outside of you for. But that all makes sense or relates to this for the sake of saying all of this, I want to be healed, I want to be heard, I want to be helped. It's to men. Like these women are asking us, and maybe not just us, but other people, they are asking, hey, I want to be healed. I want to be helped. I want to be heard. I want to be seen as a human being and validated in my humanity. And that is something that I can see. And that is something, again, that I am willing to be a part of in community with. And that's where I led into the part 4 of this by saying, well, this is, if you're willing to at least take responsibility for the knowing that this is truly what the intention is behind you expressing yourself in this way or you reacting in this certain way. if you know that this is how you really feel, the real intention behind that, I'm willing to help you get to the other side of addressing that, or at least kind of making some connection to where you don't feel like you're in some confusing abyss, like waiting to be saved or waiting to be served or trying to hurt other people and punish and traumatize other people because you feel like you don't have the same help that you needed to save you from your trauma. But the reason why I put all these in red and I put this in green is because the difference is accountability and responsibility. The people who are willing to be responsible for their experiences or accountable for their experiences, but also take responsibility for their circumstances, those we can create a world on the other side where, okay, now we facilitate systems and communities that help you not only protect your needs and your well-being, but make sure that you can live to the fullness of who you are. Not off the backs of individual people who are dumb enough to buy into your cult psychosis, but with the community of people that you fully exist with and contribute to. And again, as long as we have like this, like whiteness is almost, and race is almost like the great enmesher. If we already have issues of oppression and systems of oppression, race is just the one thing that just enmeshes everybody together because we're just so stupid. We think because people have one skin color, they're just all the same. That's just racism is the most idiotic thing I've ever like encountered in my life as like an alien cosplaying a human being. But again, if we can address the race part, then we can address the enmeshment and we can start dividing people based on not their identity, but based on how we can meet the needs and how important it is to meet their needs, or how immediately they need those needs met and what they can provide to the community to help make that happen for not just themselves, but for everybody around them. Okay. Now I'm going to conclude this. I'll conclude this part right here because, we don't have that much time, but we made it. So I'll conclude this part of the section by saying, this is what I believe the future of white American woman feminism is until it ends up inevitably imploding itself and then giving life to a different form of feminism, which is going to be more community inclusive than just like, oh, white women get to tell like everybody what to do, like they're basically just white men. And this is like patriarchy part 2. The women that I will not engage with, or at least it's going to be difficult for me to take you seriously in relation to the community I'm building. I'm not saying that there's no room for you in the real world. You guys can have all that. This is free play. In my community, I'm going to need people who are intentional and people who are willing to not only take accountability, but people who are willing to hold other people responsible as well. So I don't like women who exclude women who support men's well-being. Because more times than not, I'm seeing that the exclusion is like you exclude all women who do. It's like, wait, you believe in men? You care about men? You love men? There must be something wrong with you. Because the men in my life hate me, so you should hate the ones in your life too. I can't do that. It stops. It's literally the block that stops us from accessing true conscious conversation and true community. And it's sad, honestly. Like you have to project your hatred for men into other women instead of questioning why you keep hating women, even though you keep coming across women who don't hate them as much as you. Now, another one that I don't like is women who demonize men for not wanting to be buck broken as a means of like, and then if somebody's willing to call you out on this, then they'll say, oh, well, or like you're a misogynist because you can't take criticism or whatnot. No, I'm just not going to be disrespected and then think that a community that disrespects me as a means to welcome me in is ever going to appreciate me, much less respect me while I'm enduring that community. And think about this. If I've disrespected myself as a means of accessing or going into that community, isn't that me saying that, hey, I am willing to disrespect myself in order to access love? And if you're keen enough to see that, then you're just going to keep on disrespecting me because you don't think that I deserve respect in union or connection with the love that I'm also accessing from you. And the final one is going to be the mentally masturbating community, the mentally masturbating matriarchs that wait and say, you know what? There, not that there's no men out there. There is, but there's only one, and he's perfect. And he exists so far out there, you're probably never going to meet him. And even if you do meet him, he's not that perfect because there's another one that's even more perfect than that. It's the women who say the perfect when the perfect man comes around, you're not going to need to do anything. You're not going to need to think. You're not going to need to breathe. You're not going to. It's those type of women, bro, that set you up to fail, bro, because they don't understand. You don't understand that these women are actually setting you up to be owned by men, bought and sold by men. Because if you don't have to make any decisions, it means you don't have any decision making ability or authority. It means that you can't decide for yourself because you have to shut up because money is on the other end of you shutting up. These women are setting you up to be to be literally handed off and passed around by multimillionaires and billionaires. Just rich people that can pay your bills because a healthy relationship takes commitment, intention, and a whole lot of work and a lot of struggle. Not struggle because you're punishing each other. Struggle because you're finding who you are and you're trying to find yourselves at the same time as trying to find and keep rekindling the love and the attraction that you guys have for each other. So let's get out of here with that Ken doll psychosis and let's start recognizing that big dog. This right here is telling you guys facts. These influencers who tell you you don't have to do anything for the perfect relationship are setting you up to be bought and sold by rich niggas. Final aspect of this, final point that I'm making here, because I know this is all cancel worthy topic, but that's what I came here to do. My whole family canceled me anyway, so it doesn't even matter. The white women that are so adamant about being radical revolutionaries and crazy social justice activists, once they hit 30 years old, they're married with kids. Once they hit 30 years old, they're done with doing this activism stuff. Once they hit 30, like it's more than just like, oh, my birth rate clock is like timing out. Like once these women are done getting the satisfaction of selling dreams to save their peers and be more like morally and like intellectually superior than their peers, once that stops feeding them, they're done. And protecting and caring about us or for us is also comes with that. This is why I need you to fear this trad wife psychosis, this trad wife culture, especially in a world where we're actively turning marginalized people into slaves. Because look at this highlight right here. Black women are going back to being nannies. You're not going to be you're not going to be trad wives. You're not going to be wives. These marginalized women that have been convinced so much that they are equal to white women, they're going to go back and see who you really are. And if you don't have communities like I was describing here, if you don't have communities, because this happens, this community division and exploitation preying on children, if you don't have communities to go back to after you've endured that, then you have a bunch of individualized, marginalized people who are at the mercy of a government who is willing to actively terrorize them. And the only salvation you're going to get is going. The only salvation you're ever going to have is what? The only salvation you're going to have is going back to the master's the master's plantation. And what is that? We are literally walking ourselves into not only Handmaid's Tale for white women, but we're going back to sharecropping and slavery, like feudalism for everybody else. Mind you, we're not even done with section 3, and we're not even done with this series because there's 5 sections in this series. I hope you guys are ready to keep going with this. This might be like a 6-hour section on its own, but that's just showing you the hyper polarized social culture that we live under and what we're under the mercy of. And we're going to have to see. I'll give you a little teaser here. And then I guess I'll show you what, because of this, what are men going to end up turning into, bro? And I'm not saying like all men at all necessarily, but I'm saying that it's going to be hold on. It's going to be very, very, very interesting at the least to see what direction the masses go when so many people are so ignorant and so lacking of any kind of actual autonomy or like self-respect. It's gonna be very interesting to see where this goes, what happens with this. But I'm excited to say the least. Very excited to say the least. And we're gonna have to wrap it up here. Until next time, thank you for being here. Thank you for caring. Thank you for showing up. Rock out. All right, party people, ladies and gentlemen, ladies especially, everybody else. Not that anybody else is a second class citizen to that, but pay your dues where you got to. I want to welcome everybody back to part 3 of section 3 of this lecture series. And I want to thank you guys for continuing to endure the monstrosity that is the length of this. But understand that this isn't just about saying that you've completed this or saying that you've watched this or you're one of the few. This is about being able to truly absorb these concepts and develop your own insight on all of them. So as we're continuing to have these conversations as we move on to the future, then you can participate. But not only participate from this freedom of speech perspective, but you can participate from the angle that, hey, I've studied and done my own kind of conscious development for my own sense. And I want to share something unique. I want to share something that I believe could add some value in getting things done, not just contributing to the thought space that already is. So thank you for joining us. I always got to share that first because at the end of the day, nobody has to watch any of this stuff and we could continue to just roll blindfolded into our future. But you're here because you care fundamentally. And because of that, I got to give you everything that I have to share with you. So let's get this screen shared and let's start this thing. Hopefully you guys see me as I'm recording more of these. I'm getting a little bit better speaking on camera and you know, a little cool in my wordplay. Oh, we got to make sure there's nothing, no contraband, nothing illegal on this screen. Whoopsie daisy. Confused as to where I'm at. All right, here we go. So we're just going to do a little quick recap as to where we finished off the last slide because one, I forgot where we were at, and two, it's actually no, we're going to be able to see it. And then we're just going to roll right into this because it's not too much that we have to do more of section 3. I'm almost sure this section is about 5 hours at this point, 4 or 5 hours. So I'm going to try to make it less than 6 if I can, because I understand we already have the whole pre and we still have more to do after this, like a whole lot more to do after this. So we finished off, and mind you, there could be some people who don't even watch this end of the section. Like after this point, like when I started speaking about almost in a sense, putting the mirror back on this community, and asking, and maybe not just all women, but asking the women in my community if from their understanding of and their experiences, if they can relate to this, if they've seen this happen in reality in real time. And if they do see it, is there steps that we can take to address this? And I promise you, the only reason why I'm even offering this advice or this perspective is because I know how much of a responsibility it is for us as men to be able to look within our communities and do it first and foremost. Okay. But I had to address this and I had to understand that it's not only our culture war society is trying to convince us, hey, you've gone through trauma by one person. Now the whole entire group of people is something that you need to hate from a oppressing side or victim side. But we have to realize that in not being able to address where we are still perpetuating or coddling our own trauma, we are going to continue to reinforce our internally held beliefs with our external circumstances, not even allowing us an opportunity to let our external reality show us a different opportunity or a different perspective as to how we can address our relationships and engagement, especially with the opposite sex in this world, where social media has already done an amazing, amazing job in pushing people into their own personal echo chambers that is really at the mercy of their feelings, their desires, and their trauma, and then backing them up, literally like drowning them in their own black tar of emotional, mental masturbation to where they're not able to actually address their trauma. The best thing they can do is find a cult community of other trauma bonded people who haven't healed from trauma. They just validate each other's trauma and whatever psychosis is derived from it, which will continue to break individual people off from their own psychosis into these cults, stopping anybody from really having any sense of community because it's cults of individualized identities. And you can't build a community from a cult because fundamentally there's leaders of these cults that are exploiting the naivete, the ignorance, and the vulnerabilities of all the members of the cult. And you can't build a community when the members of the community are dependent on the master giving them salvation versus knowing that they give themselves salvation and then giving what they can selflessly from themselves to contribute to the community in a way that prioritizes serving the needs of all rather than only the needs of the owners of that community. So it's a lot of work that every community has to do. And we've been so individualized as people to so many extents, and they've been able to like cross us between so many different identities to just separate ourselves from our neighbor even more and more and more and more. And I want to say, I'm not saying that it's insignificant, the identities that we have, whether it's our race or it's our gender or it's our mental, like our neurodivergence. What I'm saying is that we cannot derive the strength that we get from those identities by thinking that other people are different than us, meaning that they are lesser than us, or other people are different, meaning they're more than us, and that makes us insecure, making us feel like we have to tear them down. Derive the power from who we are naturally within ourselves and present that to the world. We'll give the world an opportunity to decide how they respect that. But it's going to take individual healing journeys first, individual people to choose and commit to healing for themselves, not because a community is going to validate them or they're going to get clicks and views or they're going to be able to start podcasting with their favorite celebrities, like because people individually are committing to, just like a relationship. Until people commit for themselves that in spite of all my circumstances, I'm going to commit to this because I know the person I need to be, not the person I want to be, the person I need to exist in the reality that I want to. That's when we're going to start seeing people free themselves from the individualism and understand we have to humble ourselves enough to be in a community. And it doesn't come from people thinking that, well, those people are deserving of punishment or these people are deserving of this because revenge or because back and forth or because of it's and it's something that we won't address as a society because the fear of, and this is, I'm telling you, cancel culture is just cultural fascism. It's the court of public opinion punishing people who have power in a system where so few people actually have the means to actualize that power into reality and make serious change. So the people who don't have the means to control any of the change and are just at the consequence or at the mercy of the change that happens, feel like they need to constrict the powers that be or the people who are actualizing their power because that they feel they're the police of the culture since they don't own any capital to change society. Always remember that. And then in doing this cancel culture stuff as a means of trying to like police the powerful above us rather than just like actually hold them accountable and get our fair share, we end up just policing ourselves, making ourselves insecure or too afraid to have the real conversations we need to have because we ourselves in our own community are afraid of being canceled and then not being listened to or not being a credible source anymore. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I blame social media like a motherfucker. And I'm telling you, I blame social media so much throughout this whole entire thing. Actually, never mind, I can't say that. These tech CEOs donate too much money to the federal government and these political campaigns to ever be punished to the extent they deserve to be punished at. Because I'm telling you, mental health issues have never been at the rate that they are at. The only reason why we don't see how ridiculous they are is because so many men are invalidating their mental health issues and so many people just don't have access, period, to healthcare. So how the hell are they even supposed to address that? And then even the people who do have access to healthcare, they're being sedated on medications and not being actually asked to address like, hey, maybe your depression isn't coming from the fact that you don't have a girlfriend or you don't have a boyfriend. Maybe it's coming from the fact that you're working a job you hate. You're in a life that is overwhelming and stressful and doesn't compensate you properly. It doesn't even give you the compensation enough to live properly. And that makes you hate your life every single day. And knowing that you're enslaved to that cycle and a system that you don't have any hope to look forward in is making you hate your life. Not literally everything else. But because I don't want to address the sociological nature of it, because since this is a privatized healthcare system and I have to make money through selling you depression medication, I'm going to give you this medication as an individual and tell you, bootstrap it up, loser, because those emotions aren't that, they're not that big a deal. Rather than saying, oh my goodness, when so many people are going through depression at the same time, maybe there's something wrong with this society that they're all dependent on. Because in a world where people who work to build the society are properly accommodated or compensated by it, would they be depressed existing in it? I don't know. You let me know. Or mind you, no, forgive me. There's just enough people in our world that believe your reactions to a faulty society or a broken system are your fault because you're the one receiving them, instead of the system that is forcing you to exist in it and then leaving you on the curb like this. After just, I'm not even going to say that. Let's keep going. So this is something that, and again, this also plays in the part of the conversation that we're never allowed to have, because we just never get far enough here. The second you start to say things like this, it's, oh, like you're centering men. And if you center men, like that's punishing women somehow, instead of just like taking time to address that everybody needs to be heard and seen. But because, again, of the hyper polarized culture war that we have going on in any way, shape, and form to just distract people from seeing rich people hate poor people and will continue to exploit us to the gills, even if they do so religiously, as long as we don't unify each other and look at them and see, look, human beings don't get to be masters of other human beings, especially those ones. But they're going to keep throwing everything, race, gender, sexuality, demographic, the size of your penis. They're going to throw everything for us to look at each other and go, I'm better than you, or I'm scared of you, so I'm going to hate you for it. Just not, hey, the earth knows energetically how much life exists on it. And the only exchange that the earth asks for is we take care of it and she will take care of us. We take care of the earth and the earth will take care of us. That's the only relationship, the only agreement that we had. Now we're making agreements to say, well, I have to work 40 hours a week to have access to healthcare. I have to work this much to have access to a credit score, to have access to buy a house. But now the housing market's done because, we've privatized that. And we're going to destroy the Department of Education. So it doesn't even matter if you have a house anymore, because all the money that you spend on your house isn't even going to go to pay for the schools. They're going to educate the kids of the community. And are you starting to see here and see we've just, nature and the human being were one and one, a relationship like a parent and a child. And then I'm not even going to give a demographic because then they're going to just call me like some racist or something. But some demographic comes right in between there, slides right in between there and says, look at all this other stuff you have to do to access salvation. Mind you, this is something that I want you guys to think about. When you take a fish out of water, you have to put it in a fish tank. You can't just leave it on the land and expect it to start breathing oxygen because it's on land now. When you take humans away from nature, and mind you, they also want to convince us that humans in nature is like some savage shit, so we don't actually go back to understand how technically advanced nature is. But that's a conversation for another time. Humans, apart from nature, apart from sunlight, apart from sleep, apart from grounding ourselves in the grass, in the real nature, apart from concrete and rubber soles, human beings that can meditate, human beings that can journal, human beings that can have deep, empathetic, vulnerable conversations. When you take humans away from that and you put them in these petri dishes for 40 to 60 hours a week, or you force them to feel like their salvation comes from money or their salvation comes from their owner or their master, not from the earth that they live on and humanity has been born on, when you take them away from that, and capitalism does that, you can insert a bunch of conditional forms of salvation. Whether it's very small, like sedative drugs, or it's very big, like a whole globalized religious cult. But you can insert a bunch of conditional forms of salvation. Inside that, the second you've disconnected humans from not only their own humanity that exists within them, but the earth that naturally gave them salvation, only under the pretense that people needed to take full responsibility for caring for it. That's it. Like, think about that on a human sense. And before you want to sit here and try to like cancel me for anything, rich versus poor, and then fractalize that into a bajillion things that do not matter and separate humans as many ways as you can to stop them from realizing that people don't deserve to exploit so much wealth from Earth that they are basically gods amongst men. Okay, now getting back into the point, because I know I had that was just some ridiculous intro. But we have disconnected collectively ourselves from nature and have forced our dependence onto the society as a whole that was manufactured by man. And mind you, a society that was manufactured by sick men for the perpetuation of their desires and their fantasies, not for the well-being of people, of community, or of the world, exclusively for their sick and selfish desires that only serve their own fantasy. And we are all at the mercy of it as we continue to believe in it and subscribe to it, because our belief internally into a system outside of us is what gives it life, not the system itself. Us believing in it perpetuates it, because in believing in it initially, we live a life in expectation of fulfilling it, even if that's not what we want to do. So because patriarchy naturally slams so many boys, like slams the door to manhood shut on so many boys, but still like naturally you're going to mature into a man. But thinking that you failed as a man through patriarchy makes you feel like a failure at like 20 years old or like 25 or 30 years old, when you still have 3/4 of your life to live, if not 2/3 of your life to live. And more times than not, your first 20 years, if not 25 years, are a trial period. But there's so much stress, so much anxiety, so much expectation just thrown and thrust and imposed upon you that you're made to feel like you lack. And then social media comes in and says, look at all these 21-year-olds with Ferraris and Lamborghinis. And look at them taking all these tens from whatever college town you're around, taking them to flights to Dubai. And all this nonsense that gets spread on the internet, and people are naturally influenced because, again, we don't have access to the real world, to real community engagement, real life experience. And we constantly surrender ourselves to the convenience of social media. Then we are also at the mercy of the illusions that social media sells are reality, even if they aren't reality. Because I'm telling you, most 21-year-olds right now don't make $1,000 a week. Most 25-year-olds don't make $1,000 a week. Hell, most 30-year-olds don't make $1,000 a week. And if they do, maybe $2,000 a week. And that's if they're lucky, bro. And more times than not, the ones who make more than that are slaves to the career that they work. These kids that are out here parading, going to parties all the time and getting tattoos on their faces and all this type of stuff that doesn't matter, they're already rich outside of this social media stuff. That's why they're able to be so abrasive and obnoxious on social media, because they can destroy that and go into the real world and be taken care of. And you not knowing that influences you to believe that is an achievable reality for you, especially if you're somebody who didn't come from that. Because not only is that not an achievable reality for you if you didn't come from that, but if you start to do the degenerate stuff that these kids do who have backing and support and a network outside of this internet stuff, you will not have a real world or a digital world to exist in. And if you don't have either of those to exist in, but you're still forced to exist and pay bills and somehow support yourself, you're going to be, I'm telling you, you're going to be enslaved to a life that you never wanted to live, bro. Because you just weren't willing to see, I need to ground myself in the real world. And the thing that I'm starting to realize is the psychosis that's developed online is so not only influential, but it's so much more effectively marketed and conveyed to people who are vulnerable enough to receive it, that people receive all of this insight from the internet and punish people in the real world that they rarely even exist in. They spend all day on the internet developing this, indoctrinating themselves with this psychosis, only to punish real world people, many of whom don't exist that many hours online, punish real world people for how they've been influenced on these digital platforms. And mind you, it's only going to get worse, not because men are just bad people or because boys just don't know how to grow up into men, because we don't have opportunities for community. We don't have opportunities for purpose and developing career, developing some kind of education. There's no opportunity for, again, not just education in the traditional sense. In the petri dish, you're sitting in a box for 8 hours a day. I'm talking about like non-traditional education in nature, athletics, and creative arts. I'm talking about neurodivergent education and just new educational systems, period. There is no opportunities for people to cling on to, ground themselves in the real world enough to know how much more significant their life is in the real world, and how much closer they are to being able to take responsibility for positively impacting and changing their life in the real world than they are to ever achieving these dreams being sold to them on the internet. So at least they can know, hey, even if I'm not driving a Lamborghini right now in my life as a 21-year-old or as a 25-year-old, a 30-year-old, at least I can see other people who are making it work and happy with themselves in the real world. And I can engage with them and I can see what gives them life, what gives them love, why they care, why they continue to believe in tomorrow if yesterday was the shittiest thing for them. But if I'm existing online and I'm just so coddled by my insecurity, coddled by my fears of the real world, and having those validated to an extent that only further push me away from desiring to exist in the real world, then just like I said in the personal echo chamber slavery, you as a person, your real life is now at the sacrifice of the psychosis that you've developed or has been allowed to parasite your brain and now take over your host. But that isn't the only problem. What I want to touch with this slide is, where are people going to go? Where are these men going to go if they did look for love the first time, they got rejected, or they got punished? Depends on what girl they were pursuing. And they're like, okay, I'm not an incel yet totally, because I still love women, but I'm not trusting. Like I'm not liking this. And where is the okay? No, mind you. And then they do pursue healing to an extent to where they're like, okay, maybe I'm just not only supposed to pursue women in a romantic sense. Maybe I need to be in community just collectively so I can understand like, like there's just more to this and to these relationships that we can build together. But then they get rejected by the community because the community is not only afraid of them, but like doesn't want them in it because there's so much still like male trauma like that's going on. And again, not me invalidating that, very rightfully so. There's spaces that men are not supposed to be, where it's just supposed to be exclusively like women's conversations and like non-male conversations to be able to prioritize voices. But when men are rejected from the community that they're naturally supposed to be seeking validation from, that is patriarchy, and then rejected from the community of people who they seek to be in community with that are, victims of patriarchy, which they are as well. But the victims of patriarchy who are leading the social conversation are excluding them as well. What happens to those traumatized and lonely boys who, again, probably not raised properly or raised at the mercy of whatever gang they hang, and not gang like affiliation gang, but like gangs and like group of boys they hang around, or at the mercy of the internet games they play. And you guys should check out the internet chat rooms that these 15, 16-year-old boys be having. N words and B words and F words and all types of stuff. So we're sitting here with one of the most vulnerable demographics for psychological manipulation and exploitation. In a world where that, and this is another point I want to add here, in a world where that is fact, like where men are at the mercy psychologically, they end up being manipulated enough to put not only women, but the entirety of their communities, the communities they exist in, to the mercy of whoever is feeding them salvation, whether it's a man or if it's a male figure, but whoever is willing to buy their salvation, they will put at the mercy. So where a man's mind is at mercy, he puts everything else is being that not only he is responsible for, but he cares about. He puts all of that at risk to the world around them and all the sharks and predators that exist in that world that don't care about what this man cares about as much as he does. That's why when I talk about like whether it's like life development, like lifestyle design, or just like spiritual healing, it's always to do with the mind, body, and the soul are like triplets in a relationship with yourself. And your responsibility as a human is to understand that relationship and how to effectively express that into the world. But where are these traumatized guys going to go? Where are these lonely dudes going to go? Instead of just being able to complain on social media all day that they don't get girls and because they don't look like Chad and Tyrone. A couple of theories that I have are, which some of these have actually come true. And mind you, I wrote this about a year ago, like a year and a half ago. So this is interesting to see that a lot of these have come true already. But more people are going to be flocking in the sense of like just going to whether it's church or like religious organizations. I don't know if it'll be strictly for the patriarchal convenience that most of these religions just like allow you to second class citizen women and then like in this very spiritually validated sense exchange women on a market, so like you don't have to worry about dating culture anymore. And then not only that, but they provide you either jobs or the illusion of a job to make you feel like you're contributing to a community. So a bunch of people are going to go to church for because capitalism can't sell you convenience of ownership of other people until a religion that validates dehumanization of other human beings is instituted in like some federal landscape. So get ready for that. And those churches, specifically with this intention of like recruiting boys, will be the ones that I think are responsible for developing the cult consciousness that re-inspires boys to fight in the army because they're going to be fighting for Jesus now instead of like fighting for billionaires. And then also it's going to further validate the second class citizenship of women because Eve ate the fruit. You know what I mean? Like it's funny how it's just a giant book of like oppressive systems of validation over marginalized people. And then they allow you, the reader, to decide how you're going to oppress your victim. And then for the people that don't go that route, because again, that's also the morally superior route. So it's like, I hate you other people that are not us, especially like not us as men, but I don't want to feel like I'm telling you that I hate you because the religion that I follow or the beliefs I have make me want to feel like I have to be a good person. We're going to have, again, I've made this video before and I'm going to end up getting to it again in this, but I don't think Andrew Tate was the last version of that hyper masculine, like male animal archetype. I don't think that that's the last one. The interesting thing is, I think that those guys at Fresh and Fit are trying to be like that. They're trying to be abrasive and like angry and confident and whatnot, but they don't sell the lifestyle. I'm not even saying that Andrew Tate was that. I don't even think he was exactly the identity that he was portraying. And I'm not saying that in like a good person sense. I'm saying that in the sense of like he was a lot weaker than the identity that he was portraying. That's a lot of these hyper masculine alpha dudes do. They've been so traumatized by women's rejection. They've been so traumatized by their dad just beating the shit out of them or just like beating down on them that they're like, oh, well, I have to be this absolute animal. I have to be this macho man so nobody ever disrespects me again in my entire life. Because if anybody else disrespects me, I'm going to have to show you that I am the man that I am. And it's probably going to be through a negative sense, like punishing you. That's what it is, right? If you're, especially as a man, like there's a clip that I'd love to add in here. But if you see this and you can remind me, I'll clip it. There's this clip of these quote unquote alpha male convention. And these guys are saying, these two dudes are arguing, and one of them is just a traditional like family man, and the other one is the like, Wes Watson, some freaking prison fitness influencer. And when the super jacked alpha male millionaire prison influencer got insecure, he starts saying like, Well, let's fight. I should slap you in your face. I should knock you out. I should. And I'm sitting here like, damn, bro, you really are the weaker one. Like, yeah, you may be able to beat me up. Yeah, you may be able to knock me out. Like, yeah, you can even delete me if you want to, but like at the end of the day, you're the triggered one. You're the one who can't control your emotions. You're the one who lacks self-respect. You're the one who lacks respect for other people. And at the end of the day, when people stop being like aroused by that, and really at the end of the day, it's traumatized people and children who are aroused by that level of like ferocity. And nobody wants to say these things, but I'm telling you this the truth. Young people, young ignorant people think that gangster shit, they think that oh, I'm a macho monster. They think that stuff is cool, bro. And then they wake up or they get into relationship with these people and they see the reality of like the back end of what it is like to be those kind of people, and they say, I don't want no parts of that person if they aren't already deluded enough through the manipulation. You just have to let these dudes rat on themselves for real and let them speak enough to realize that that confidence that they have, it's not even confidence. It's coming from a place of trauma. And that's another conversation that I was having yesterday in my head because I don't really speak to anybody. But the conversation I was having yesterday with myself is confidence isn't, I can't be wrong. Confidence is, I'm confident even if I am wrong. And I'm going to be so confident all the way to the point that I'm wrong because I'm willing to learn if I am wrong. So I can be confident in what's right. And then I'll carry that with me the next time that I'm moving on having these conversations. But I'm not scared of being wrong. I'm not scared of failing. I'm not scared of being rejected because that's feedback. And I need that as a means of developing who I am and making sure that I'm presenting myself in a way that I want to present, but also not internalizing other people's misinterpretation of how I'm presenting myself and not taking that to heart so much so that I have to punish my future engagements and my future relationships with people who traumatized me in my past. But what I'm trying to say with that, because I know I'm getting a little long with that, is really just I need you to really stare at these people long and hard and dig in to see where that confidence that they have is coming from. Because a lot of these people, you push the right buttons, they're I'm gonna beat your ass, I'm gonna throw a haymaker, I'll knock you unconscious. Like, what does that prove to anybody other than the fact that you can't control your emotions? You're a grown adult who acts like a child, and now you're an animal and you're a public safety risk. What community is that other than like some Roman barbarian bastard society where we just tear and loot each other's communities up because we hate each other and we don't know how to have active conversations like civil humans, as if this isn't a civilized society, which I'm struggling to believe it is, especially with how few people can actually read like fifth grade level. Next part. There's the politically cultivated, and we can see that as a means of the last election, the political cultivation of these lonely men who need a sense of purpose and a sense of meaning. Because it's not only do they feel like they've been punished by society, they feel like they need to get back at the people who've punished them. And of course, the wealthy people have the best means of marketing. So they're the ones going to say, well, it's them, it's them, it's them. And they're going to point at every single marginalized person they can point at because they know that the person they're manipulating is vulnerable enough and traumatized enough by niche experiences to be able to believe it, but not smart enough to be able to see the manipulation because the person who's manipulating them looks just like them. And they would never assume that somebody who looks like them could hate them just as much as somebody who looks like me, a black Negro, or a woman, or a disabled person, or a transgender or something. And this kind of ties us into race. I need not only every demographic of people to be able to look and hold your own people to your exact demographic accountable, but as white people, the reason why I always be talking about white supremacy and kind of like putting my own identity at the mercy of you guys hating me is you have to see the second you realize that somebody who looks like you can hate you just as much as they hate a non-person that looks like you for the same no reason that they hate a non-person that looks like you. Once you realize that, you're going to start freeing yourself from this racial BS that we're playing in. I'm telling you right now. You're going to start also seeing through and be like, damn, bro, like there is like This cult of whiteness doesn't make us any better than anybody because even in this in group, we still hate each other and are afraid of each other in here. We just hate and are afraid of other people so much more than we are of ourselves. We are blatantly like, and I don't know what word I'm trying to use here, but we are obviously mistrusting, or no, we are obviously overlooking of the necessary auditing that needs to happen within our community for us to be able to trust that there is no snakes in our own grass. And those snakes in your grass run your community and use your ignorance to run the rest of the world. So all of these three groups of whether it's like the socially acceptable, like, oh, we're going to punish women in like a cult social mindset, or it's the politically acceptable or the spiritually acceptable, it's everybody that the powers that be are just making sure they can suck up every version of like lonely man that could contribute to a conscious community if they just didn't buy into the patriarchy bullshit, and make sure that there's enough men who don't have cultivating like mob mentality around all marginalized people who aren't submitting to this system of patriarchy in the way that it needs service, and then validating economically creating capitalist benefit from the exploitation of those marginalized people who refuse to submit to this neo-patriarchy that we're walking into. But right now, we're cultivating the armies internally, and we're cultivating the armies in numbers, like mobilizing the armies in real time. That's why we needed the election. And again, I have another theory I want to add in here. I think that January 6th of 2021, that wasn't just like some random like offhand event that was meant to happen, because there was people in the government, like I'm pretty sure Marjorie Taylor Greene was working for him. So I'm surprised she's not arrested, but there's people in the government that had know-how about that stuff going on like days beforehand. I think that that January 6th event was actually a undercover or a disguised KKK rally as a means of trying to see how much could we mobilize the KKK in front of everybody's eyes without wearing the masks. And if people want to start looking at that event like that, you're going to be like, oh. But let's just keep pointing the finger at like the rainbow flags and the Black Lives Matter and all this stuff, when the KKK is literally like coming to rise again and actively almost overthrowing the government, because we could never imagine what I was just describing. We could never look at a white American and assume that they would, I don't know, like dot up a school. We would never look at a white American and assume that they would blow up a public event. We would never look at these people and assume that they would, and then they happen to do it every single time. And we question ourselves as to how come we can't catch these people? How come we have to keep on blaming the other person when it's us doing it? Let's keep moving on. And again, we basically just like explained everything that I was saying here. But men need help and don't have anywhere to go, in not being able to recognize that we don't have anywhere to go and we need healthier systems and accommodations to move from, not just whatever BS we're being fed right now, or like to invalidate that desire of needing more. Then we're going to continue to perpetuate these systems at hand, and they're only going to get worse because they can't get better. They've gotten too good for too many people. And one thing that we don't want to accept, especially as men, is that every single decent, half decent thing we exist with that exists in our reality right now has come off the back of a civil rights movement or a labor rights movement. None of those, genuinely none of those were inspired by the mainstream, like socially acceptable, make America great again man that has almost the most socio-political power in this country, next to just the wealthy oligarchy class. It's rich white men convincing poor white men that they are so much more human than these other marginalized people, period. And then also convincing them that they might have a chance at being picked to be a part of the rich white men one day. So they should continue to keep this system alive, or else they'll never have a chance at anything. And they're going to get punished by the same people they're stepping on top of. So they better not do that, huh? They better not see that there's so much life and love and care and respect for humanity outside of this cult mentality and this cult of ego and identity that is perpetuated by the powers right now. But they convince you to be so afraid. They convince you to hate us. They convince you to be so apart from us and to indoctrinate you with lies that they made up about us. So you can continue to hope and feed this system with your belief and with your soul to make it happen, even if it's just a dream. Because the only way you can perceive the American dream is if you're sleeping. It's very important that we address. It's very important that we address this bottom part, though. Because and again, most of these slides, like you can read them directly if you want to, but I'm freestyling most of this stuff. So like, I hope you appreciate that. All the all the guys who have quote unquote figured it out, they're living their life. And it's sad because you would want those people who are living their life and who are actually like genuinely successful, like the legal way, you would want them to be the ones sharing their life and sharing how they did it and sharing, what beliefs they have and values they keep to close to them. But they're so busy living their life. They're not concerned with getting validation from ignorant, insecure, like young people who like are just traumatized as hell and like don't take responsibility for anything on the internet. They're not here trying to raise other people's children psychologically only to a point where they can be exploited and manipulate them for cash. They're not trying, they don't think that they're so much better than any other person that they need to be the one to say it instead of anybody else. And that's the issue with a lot of like very talented or gifted people, them being too humble to think that the value they provide is not something that everybody needs to have access to, especially in this world we live in where you have the ability to self-broadcast on a global scale. But this is what like we have to realize. Most of the men that are forcing themselves upon you, especially in this internet space, the men that are forcing themselves upon you and think about this. If you guys actually cared about women, you would listen to the experiences that they have and you'd be like, oh my goodness, these men do this predatory behavior to anybody who's vulnerable. It doesn't matter, man, woman, child, up, down, left, anybody who's vulnerable. That's what patriarchy teaches us. Be predator to prey and exploit as much as you can until you move on to the next thing. Or create systems to exploit as long as what supports your patriarchal psychosis. But what I was trying to say with all this is the guys that end up forcing themselves onto your consciousness or even forcing themselves onto your body, they're the narcissistic ones because they believe not only do they need to have your salvation, forgive me, I'm running way too fast. Not only have they convinced themselves that they have access to your salvation, but now they're going to get you in addictive cycles of paying them to fund their lifestyle as a means of selling you these dreams directly, instead of ever giving you the opportunity to find therapy, to find healthy relationships, to find a job that lets you change your mindset. Because now that you're not scrapping $500 every week, hey, now you're making $1,000 or $2,000 every week. And now you can really pay those bills. You can rent a nice apartment. Now you can change where you're living at. You can change the friends that you engage with. If so be, you can change your routines and your schedule so it's more accommodating to the dreams you have. The guys, what I'm trying to get to with this slide, if you get anything from it, is the guys who are living the righteous life, the guys who are living well, living great, like living, but like I'm talking living well with intention, living well with healthy relationships, with good money, with fulfilling their dreams, pursuing their passions. Those guys are living it. And if you're loving the life that you live, why would you stop? Genuinely, like, riddle me this. If you love the life that you live, wouldn't you be so ingrained and involved in that life? It'd be difficult to kind of get you to clock out to share it with somebody else, especially if you understand and you have empathy enough in your heart to understand that showing somebody a life that they can't live, but they want just a little bit too long is going to turn that admiration they have for you into resentment and then going to put them in a position to want to tear you down anyway. I keep on saying what I want to say, but I'm here, what I'm trying to say. If you desire to be a stand-up, especially as a man, if you desire to be a stand-up man or you desire to be better than your circumstances, it is essential that you not only go into the world and look for these people to be inspired by, or you go to the library and you look up and you read in the books, or you go to these events and you support people that you believe in, or you show up to this person's this, or you purchase this from this, you have to go into the world and seek the knowledge that you want. Seek the inspiration that you want. Seek it. Because the people who are doing the things that you want are doing them. They aren't doing the other thing. They aren't selling the courses. They aren't making the content. They're doing the thing more times than not. So much so they need somebody else to do all that other stuff. And personally, the best way to do that is developing value within yourself enough, or at least awareness in yourself enough to be of value to these people that you're inspired by. And I'm not saying in the sense of just like being an employee or an assistant. How can you provide value, whether it's from your perspective, it's from your experience, it's from your skills? How can you provide value to these people or these kinds of people? So this is the kind of people you're engaging with, so you can keep on believing in, hey, I don't have to just completely be deluded by the internet and think the only way I'm going to get rich is being like a rapper gangster. Like, what if I can really look up to people who are engineers and doctors and lawyers and all types of people who are living the lavish life I want to live, but they're doing it on the other end of being disciplined, of being committed, of being intentional, of living the life that they're living and appreciating it in real time, rather than living the life that they're living in like a diluted schizophrenic sense, just to share it online and hope that other people will validate it enough for them to feel like they're valid in doing that. The best part about seeking the knowledge that you want is that it not only forces you to be at the mercy of the ambiguity of the real world and real world experiences, meaning that you might not get what you're looking for every time, but it forces you in those times where you fail or you're rejected to look back within yourself and to be like, okay, hold up. I'm starting to realize that what I was going out into the world for was actually something I needed to look within for and to rest on and to really derive within myself and see if this is important to me. Or maybe this isn't even a desire I had. Maybe it's just an experience I needed to experience to force me back to myself, to change my intentions and to change my beliefs and my values. But I'll reinforce this whole entire slide, or I'll recap it all by saying the men that force themselves upon you with their, oh, how to get girls, how to get all the money, get rich quick, and forcing you, especially with these like clickbaity titles. Those people more times than not they want to be first in line to market to you because they need to get you to buy into what they're doing as quickly as possible. Because if you wait or you do a little bit of research on what they're selling you, you're going to realize that there's nothing here, bro. And you're going to realize this is a charlatan selling dreams. And the only person who buys is a dummy. And not even me calling you a dummy, but people who are vulnerable, too vulnerable to see that this isn't real. Because what's real takes hard work. What's real takes commitment. What's real takes a lot of investment. It takes a lot of sacrifice. And what's real isn't always going to coddle your trauma. And more times than not, it's going to force you to look at yourself from an adult or a mature perspective and see, hey, maybe I do have to be a little bit harder on myself right now because I know I expect better from myself, because I know I can be better from myself. Not because the world is punishing me, because I expect better for myself in my circumstances. And I know I have to live differently to get differently. And I can't just sit here feeling entitled to a life I want to live without taking responsibility for the steps it takes to get there. Perfect. I might as well just have all the slides just laid out and then just pick and choose what I want to say because I keep rolling into everything. Again, we're not going to get into everything specifically here because I went way over time on the first couple. But it's very important that we discuss this for the sake of society is creating these. If you remember what I was speaking about in the beginning of this, saying that when you disconnect human beings from nature and you insert a society in between there, from their natural sense of unconditional salvation, when you detach people from that, you can create a bunch of different addictive cycles and break up all that salvation into individualized, pay a light bill, pay a phone bill, pay a gas bill, pay a house bill, pay a transportation bill, pay a bill to have access to your bank account, pay a credit card bill on the money that you stole from the future because you don't have money from yesterday, Pay for your gym pass, pay for your groceries, pay for your shower, pay for your this. Oh, you got to exchange stuff in your house. How about you got to pay for all that? But you're paying for the rent. So how come it doesn't matter? You got to pay for it. Pay for this, pay for that. Are you sitting here seeing this stuff? How many things can I just, especially when I break you up from community, when I break you up from having access to a collective that can guarantee your access to something and not put you in the stress or the anxiety provoking mindset that you have to be responsible for your whole entire life and you're a lazy piece of shit if you don't or if you aren't. So we're creating these problems so we can sell people the solutions. That's all capitalism is. Hey, let's create some problems to sell you solutions. Forgive me 1 second. My headphones just died on me, I think. One segundo. One segundo. I'm sorry, guys. And I'm telling you, it better have picked up everything. Unreal. Wait. Okay, I hope we're good because we're gonna just finish this and you're about to see live anger issues if this thing doesn't go through. So this is why I gotta make sure I'm holding myself accountable as well, because you're about to see live anger issues if this thing doesn't go. Because I've just been in here for like an hour freestyling. We'll finish up here. Maybe that's what this whole entire thing was supposed to be telling me. But to get back to what we're talking about, oh my God, and wait, maybe this thing hasn't been on all. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. Forgive me. Okay. The point of addressing this specifically, and of course the regular anti-capitalist rhetoric, even though I do consider myself to be a pretty frugal capitalist myself, you have to set people up to cling onto your conditional manufactured salvation. Set them up for the salvation that you're going to feed them. Take dominion over every aspect of their autonomy, their mind, their body, their soul, because what's beneath the skin is the only thing that you have to give responsibility to. The power that is within cannot be taken from you. You have to give the power from within you to another. Mind you, there are circumstances that you guys might want to put up and be like, well, somebody can come inside you and take your power. But no, I don't believe that. I do, and I'm telling you right now, I believe somebody can go all the way in and touch your heart with their, like, touch your physical heart or touch your lung or your liver with their finger, like their real human body. And I don't believe they can take, because what's inside of it's more than what's inside of you. It's an energetic connection that you have that is derived literally by your awareness. And that is something that we don't even know where that's connected to. We just assume that it's inside you because you're perceiving this reality from your eyes and your eyes are inside you. So you're just going to assume that, like, okay, well, I can feel what's in here and see what's out there. But for the sake of the point that I'm making, what's beneath, what's inside of you, that is your responsibility. And that's where you develop an appreciation for your sense of autonomy, especially if you have the means of healthily regulating your mind and your body and your soul. But many people don't. And again, as we funnel so much of society through like the neurotypical how to make a slave socialization, we don't even appreciate the complexity of the human being. We just try to use it for what we can use it for. That doesn't make rich people insecure, as if like they're going to have to start actually working on the merit-based system that they think they've got all their riches from. And another consequence is that if you don't create real world opportunities for men to exist in the real world, not only be punished by the real world, but to exist in the real world, to contribute to the real world, to feel like they are like needed and wanted in the real world, as selfish as that may sound to a lot of you guys. If you don't do that, you're going to further push them into what I'm describing here, this vulnerable nature that and this of this online toxicity that they keep on falling for because there's nowhere to go. And yes, it is the responsibility of men to create men's communities and men's healing this and whatnot, but it won't only be men that somehow take it upon themselves to do it. It'll be a community of more than just men, a community of more than just men, but men included as well, that will end up creating these initiatives. But if we continue to divide each other based on you're a man, you're a woman, you're black, you're this, you're gay, you're that, like, and just divide based on identity, there's only so many divisions we're going to make before every single individual person is their own type of human. And then we never end up building anything. I made a whole YouTube video on this, so you can go check it out if you want. But the only reason why I even want to tap on this is because it reinforces the point that I made earlier, which was you're supposed to these most of these hyper alpha, hyper masculine, rah Beauty and the Beast like type alpha males. I don't even want to. Like, I feel it makes me want to yak just like saying alpha male. But those guys, those red pillars, manosphere influencers, more times than not, the family upbringing or the adolescent trauma is just so deeply ingrained, like a rusty knife in their back. Every single thing they say is a consequence of the toxicity that comes from the rust in that knife that is still in their back that they refuse to take out. Because they think that they're more of a man leaving the knife in there than taking the knife out and allowing themselves to heal. So maybe their whole entire life won't be at the consequence of the illness that they blatantly have as a consequence of the knife that I'm describing. Because it's not only a knife, it's a rusty knife in there. So really, you're cooked. And if people knew that was a rusty knife in your back, then they'd be like, well, why am I taking the advice of somebody who doesn't love themselves enough to focus on healing their own pain before attempting to become the salvation for my pain? It's just a couple of questions of introspection that you ask, and these people just start to tear their own houses down. But beyond looking at how traumatized or how like rejected a lot of these hypermasculine male influencers are, because what are you, a 35-year-old man who didn't get girls? And let's just put the stat sheet out. You're like a 35-year-old dude who never got girls until you got money because you could start paying for their time because they don't want to spend any of their time with you because you're not cool, you're annoying, you're narcissistic, you need people to validate you for things you didn't do or for identities you don't carry. It's a bunch of nonsense, right? Right? We're starting to get somewhere here. And the only people who will believe you are not even your peers. And if they are your peers or people above you, it's other traumatized people in this trauma bond, like enmeshed. I'm going to get canceled for saying that. But you go to manipulate other young boys who haven't even had the opportunity to fail yet and to learn how they would uniquely address it. You go to young boys who haven't had the opportunity to have father figures in their life to show them, hey, that dude you're listening to on the internet is a F-word loser. They don't have any big brothers to tell them like, hey, why are you listening to them dudes on the internet, bro? Like they don't even look like girls even like sitting in the same room as them without getting paid. Why would you as a young person put the mercy of your whole entire life, especially your dating, something like your intimate and emotional experiences, why would you put all of that at the mercy of somebody who never had success in that anyway? And the only reason why they do have success in it is because of clout and money. And every single person that messes with them knows this, but they don't know it because they think that the girls that they engage with genuinely want them. And they think that the girls who want them or are with them are the dumb, ignorant ones because look, I got 6 girlfriends in Miami and I got one in Los Angeles. And like, dude, they're tricking you. They're tricking you. You're the one who's happy to spend that money. You're the one who's happy to waste that time. You're the one who's happy to crash out to give them clout because they actually have businesses. Whether you want to call it a business or not, OnlyFans is a business and these girls are getting paid. And if you're giving them free marketing just to call them the B word every now and then, but they're turning that into 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month. And the people who support your channel, the incels who don't talk to women whatsoever, who support your channel, they haven't made 20 bucks they haven't made 20K in the last 20 years. So not only are you the perfect marketing model for the people that you hate so much to blow up their audiences and the potential earnings they can make, but you also expose yourself as a traumatized young boy in a grown man's body who's attempting to reinforce this belief that he is a man that he wants to believe himself to be, at the mercy of the well-being and the life, to some extent, of the other people who are not submitting to your patriarchal psychosis around you. And when we don't focus on these people and say, why are you 35 talking to 18-year-olds on a live stream? When we aren't saying this type of stuff, why are you going to high school parties and you have 2.6 in your age? You have 2.1 plus in your age. Why are you going to high school parties? You have 18 in your age. Why? Like, again, conversations you don't want to have, bro, because you're afraid, because most of your homies are doing this stuff. Your friends are doing this. Your peers are doing this. We still have so many like public officials and public celebrities that have to get caught up doing this stuff. Still, the internet is the FBI that never dies. But the issue with not addressing the root of the problem and attempting to punish, like, oh, boys listen to Andrew Tate, or like, oh, well, look at this, the girls listen to Shira 7. And specifically, I have to speak from the male perspective. You have to manipulate women into believing your lies and then use those women to manipulate boys into funding your lifestyle, and then use that lifestyle as a means of paying for the women who literally don't care about you and would never date you if you weren't providing them benefits to the lifestyle they're already living. And then you hate women even more because you are using the exploits from the men that you're raising in your community to buy access to women who don't respect you anyway, and then are disrespecting you in relation to not respecting you because they don't respect you, because you're not worthy of respect. And it's not their problem. It's not the industry's problem. It's not the internet's problem. It's a you problem. And the only reason why you don't think it's a you problem is because there's enough traumatized, sexless, ignorant dudes that exist around the world that have money and don't have access to a real world to fund you and support you in doing this nonsense. It's all plays, bro. Like, it's all just plays, bro. And if you're smart, bro, you see in the play all day. But if you ain't, then I apologize. This is that, and this is that nonsense that they sell. This is that nonsense that they go about selling. They say, and mind you, this relates directly to the trauma that most of these guys have faced. Because you're telling me that you're a guy who works a well-paying job, like a job that you actually have to focus on, and you have healthy relationships. I'm not saying that there isn't guys who exist like this and have like a healthy situation with it, but I'm telling you right now, this is an illusion. Like, having multiple girls, I'm telling you right now, this is somebody as like a self-proclaimed healer telling you right now, self-proclaimed healer telling you right now. The illusion of wanting to have multiple girls at the same time, especially when you can't even pay your own bills. You can't even pay the bills of one girl. You know what that is? That's you being so afraid of rejection or loneliness that you never want to be lonely again. And you always want to have access to somebody to be able to resort your emotions into, or to be able to use as emotional and vulnerable labor. So that's how, if you're just regulating a rotation of all these different chicks, you never have to fully invest yourself in them while getting as much as you can from them more times than not, because you're exploiting the belief they have in you without telling them what you know your intentions really are. And this is what's even scarier. They convince a lot of these guys that, oh yeah, you're just gonna dominate women. Like the second you like go like whether it's like have intercourse or like the second you get in a relationship, like yeah, you got them. Like that's it. Like relationships aren't a responsibility. So in this, not only are you setting yourself up to have your own identity and self broken up amongst all of these women that you engage yourself in with lack of respect for them or yourself. But on top of that, what if one of these women, and I keep saying this because I know like people trust me to be like the woo-woo spiritual guy. What if any of these women that you're definitely not taking time to get to know and invest in and care for, what if any of them happen to have malintention for you because they understand that, or they want to punish you for the game that you're playing, or they don't like the game that you're playing and they feel like you need to face some justice? Or what about somebody who you lied to and they just found out that you lied to, but you're so enthralled with all these other girls that you're lying to that you don't see that this girl is setting you up to get punished for those lies? And again, when I'm describing this, I don't want you to one bit punish the women for their engagements in these situations. I want you to take accountability as a man for why you believe this is such a lifestyle that you want access to. Most of you guys have never been set up. Most of you guys have never texted a girl and gone to their house and seen a Negro. That sounds racist. I got to say it a different way. Most of you guys have never been texting a girl that you thought was real and then shown up to a place to get set up and almost lose your life. Like those are the type of things that can happen when you move like this. Most of you guys have never gone to a place where the whole entire thing was a trap, bro. Most of you guys have never gone to realize that there are girls that take the investment that you give them, especially when you engage with ones in this specific realm or this with this intention, this negative, like selfish intention. What about them taking your energy from you, away from your purpose, away from what you're supposed to be focusing on, away from what would give you the self-acceptance to not feel like you need to put yourself in such vulnerable positions to gain validation that you're not getting? And then think about your peers who also engage this way. Are they genuinely happy in the long term? Are they happy? Because this isn't just engaging with people intimately. Like this is, again, intimately. This isn't just like engaging, like slamming bodies together with people. You have to make and break relationships around this type of stuff, meaning that you're breaking somebody's heart or you're getting your heart broken. And do you think people are going to keep on doing all this stuff to have bad sex? And again, this is a conversation I had with my cousin like a day ago or 2 days ago. Like, if you genuinely like the person for more than this experience you're sharing with them, would you want other people to share that with them too? Genuinely? If you genuinely like and care about this person and respect this person, would you want other people to have the same, if not more, access than you do to them? That's not selfish. I don't believe that's selfish at all. I believe that's, hey, if we're going to be intimate, we're going to be honest and vulnerable and present with each other. And we're going to figure out if this is a system that we want to regulate or if this is a system we want to regulate. But we're going to be clear and intentional about it. There is too much risk, too much. I don't care. Even guys who exist in this lifestyle, the celebrities, the rock stars, the whatnot, they even feel beyond all the experiences and the engagements and all the baddies they get to hang out with. Even they know they feel unfulfilled. And there's no amount of engaging intimately with people that you can get that will compensate for being able to genuinely sit down and have somebody look you through your eyes into your soul and see you for who you are and love you and respect you for that. And stand on that even when you're not in the same room as them or when other people are trying to sabotage that. That's one in a million type stuff. And the more you get to develop a relationship with yourself and who you are and what your boundaries are, you're going to realize that you're really an acquired taste. Like there really isn't people who can commit to loving you every day. Most of these people just want to love you right now. They just want to love you while you're naked. They just want to love you while you're hanging out with them. They don't want to love you every day. And this is why I have to address this little multiple women rotation alpha male mentality. It's a means of never needing to be lonely or never needing to fully have to address the rejection from somebody that you pursued, invested in, and wanted, and it didn't work out. Because what's crazy is that when you do take those opportunities to go into solitude or to separate yourself and develop those relationships in your singledom or your singlehood, you only develop yourself further in a way to be more intentional with the next relationships that you have the potential of experiencing, because you're going to put yourself back out in the world. Because that wasn't the end of the world being rejected that one time by that one girl because she went and chose the jock over you. It's not the end of the world. It's the end of that opportunity, forcing you to look within to decide how you're going to address this, and then allowing you another chance to go into the world and to play your cards differently. Because the only time you stop playing the cards is when you can't play any more cards. So why would you even worry? Play the cards that you have while you have them. The interesting thing is, we as a very hyper sensationalized and like dramatized society want to convince ourselves that the traditional relationship, and again, this isn't just only two people in this traditional relationship, but this is a conscious relationship. Another thing I don't like about this like broken relationships, alpha male, like I'm just kind of circling like rotating girls, is that there's no honesty, there's no vulnerability here. And what's crazy is that there are relationships that could work like this if there was honesty there. But most people don't want to sacrifice the power that they have just being able to leverage the fullness of everybody, believing that they're the only one, rather than being honest with everybody and then risking the fact that they are either going to get rejected or they might also be second, third, or fourth fiddle to the person that they're engaging with as well. And there's no leverage or no power in that anymore. Just sacrifice. And that's when the ego gets tested for real. When you say you want to open a relationship and then the girl comes in and brings in somebody better than you. And then you start trying to retract. But to conclude this little slide here, what I want to say is that this red pill community of people tries to convince you, especially everyday like younger boys, that getting married to that one woman or having that one relationship, like that's not right. That girl's cheating on you. That girl's doing this. She's doing you wrong. Blah, blah, blah. All this nonsense, bro. From grown men, mind you. I think it's all coming from trauma. Like I genuinely think it's all coming from trauma. And this is another perspective I want to lay on you guys. If we had better resources and accommodations to help us deal with trauma on the other end of quote unquote choosing wrong in relationships, because how the hell are you supposed to know everybody and choose right perfectly? If we had those support systems on the back end of being wrong and we didn't have to hate ourselves for being wrong or accidentally falling into toxic relationships, more people would be more confident believing in love on the front end and allowing the course to play out than being so traumatized that they put all these expectations up in the front end of a relationship just to disappoint themselves or have their partner disappoint them and then break up a good thing to protect their ego. I think so much of this fear of the traditional relationship, and again, gender roles is something that is a conversation we have to have, and changing all that stuff to a point that's accommodating the humanity and the diversity rather than only serving one side. And in this side, the patriarchy. We're convinced that this isn't the relationship that people want because it's not exciting, it's not fun, it's not this. Like maybe because there's no opportunities for couples and there's no opportunities for families and no opportunities that reinforce this and types and that serve these people. Maybe the opportunities only serve the individuals who have exorbitant amounts of money to hoard and to spend on like treating, wining and dining people across the world, but never really settling down and having any type of serious investment or any type of serious relationship. And when you're a wealthy guy convincing poor guys that this is the lifestyle they want to live instead of this lifestyle, the one that would actually build communities and cultures and help build the villages that raise kids when parents can't raise them. um rich guys are just breaking up the type of relationship or devaluing the relationship that could build, again, what I was saying, the communities, so there's more individual people to not only be owned in the slave sense, owned and on the labor market, but also that frees up, and this is, it sounds wrong saying it, but I'm autistic, so I don't know the social cues, but enslaving the men in a labor market frees up women to be enslaved in a dating marriage market. And then any children that are created by those men and women are free to be exploited by systems of socialization and indoctrination that they're dependent on by the state. And this is all because rich dudes are convincing poor dudes, hey, why don't you just sacrifice your community and your culture so we can exploit the women, we can exploit the children, we can exploit other men, and we can make you so afraid of yourself and your reality that you have to be dependent on patriarchal psychosis as a means of deriving your sense of self-acceptance, rather than freeing yourself from it to see that your self-acceptance and validation can come from the same people that you are traumatizing every single day being this ignorant. All right. Yeah, we don't have too much. We don't have too much more to get into here. I'm glad. It's that we don't even have to spend too much time on this, but the one of the sickest things that patriarchy does, is convincing men that men are the prize, which develops this like nasty sense of entitlement, which stops men from being able to pursue the pursue, period, like pursue anything. It's like thinking we just have to get a home and then sit in that home and then wait for everything that supports that home to serve us and congratulate us for being successful, rather than seeing like, oh, if I can accept myself for who I am, and my journey, the unique journey I'm on, then I can receive validation on the other side of being of service to people, but not just sacrificing myself and being of service to anybody, but serving the people that I commit to, that I'm intentional with, that I care about. And then creating the communities, being even able to participate in the communities that want to scale that up to a mass level, where we don't just care about each other directly, that we care about, but we care about all who exist in this community. And we create systems to facilitate that type of stuff. But one thing that patriarchy does so well is convince guys that, like, you know what, like, you shouldn't have to compete with women in the labor market. You should just own them. You shouldn't have to compete with black people to do this. You should just own them. Like, it's, and again, I know I speak in extremes, but I need you guys to like really understand this is how ignorant the philosophies are. And the only way you can force ignorant philosophies enough, or impose them into a society deep enough to make them appear like facts, is by manipulating scared people with them. So the society that I was describing like a handful of slides ago, where I was saying men are feeling like very insignificant and women are feeling very claustrophobic in this same society that was only meant to serve men, men are starting to accept and receive all of the psychological validation that is coming from these red pillars and whatnot, that is telling them, you deserve more, you don't have enough. In a world where, yeah, everyone's fighting over crumbs, but we have the most crumbs as men in a system that is created by men for men, and that doesn't want to humanize anybody beyond that. And in a world where women are second-class citizens, children are third-class citizens. Instead of everybody sharing humanity and contributing to the collective of community that is humanity, men are first, women are second, children are third. How crazy of a world is that? Where children are not first, and then the people who birth those children are not second, and the people who support that are not third. Because we don't gain our sense of validation or identity out of our position on the totem pole. We get it based from the success of the communities that we are contributing to and we are cultivating and engaging with. That's where our validation comes from. How healthy we're able to be, how strong and intentional, how aware we're able to be. Not how much we're able to punish our neighbor to make us feel good about ourselves. And that's one thing that every single person needs to take an individual healing journey to pursue. Because many of the insecurities we have around surrounding other people are related to our own inability to address them within ourselves. And that, in not addressing these insecurities, forces us to create a world outside of us that accepts the insecurity rather than healing it within ourselves to then see a world outside of us that doesn't accept the insecurity anymore, enough to purge it from the people rather than purging or traumatizing other people because we can't hold that accountable. And here comes the that cat lady theory is it's all projection. I don't have to do too much explaining on this page. It's all projection. That cat lady stuff that's like, oh, you're gonna be lonely and this and like you're only gonna live with cats and mind you, it doesn't even sound like a bad idea in this world. In this world, bro, where like so few people can even express or like actualize this like provider mentality or this provider lifestyle that patriarchy sells, and more people have to provide for themselves. Having a cat like that you just take care of, or a couple of cats you take care of, or just living with your friends, like that does not sound as bad as emotionally, financially, and spiritually enslaving yourself to somebody and hoping that they're going to be the salvation to every issue in your life when they're probably just struggling like a human being does too. But we've created all these means to resent other people for struggling under mass systems and institutions rather than punishing the people who facilitate those systems and institutions to as a means of exploiting us all. But to get into this, the one thing that I want to describe, the one most important thing that I want to describe is patriarchy is upheld by the natural imbalance that is Prince Charming or Beauty and the Beast. Prince Charming comes to save the damsel in distress. So we funnel as many women as we can through that, usually by fear and by like traumatizing experiences. And then we also attempt to raise men to think, oh, well, you have to be a Prince Charming to have access to a princess. And then in a world where we aren't able to accept and receive women in the complexity that they are and the grandness, the grandeur that they are beyond the limitations of patriarchy, women naturally expanding beyond their limitations makes the people who subscribe to traditional patriarchal culture insecure, because not only is the damsel growing beyond them, but the damsel is about to run away completely, and there will be no woman at all. Because that woman will be around other women in community, cultivating their own culture, creating their own consciousness, serving their needs in a time that it's rare to see that happen in human history on a mass scale. And patriarchy has to make sure that there is no opportunities for that to happen. It has to make one single life above the age of like 25 as horrible as possible. So everyone is forced into relationships. And then in those relationships, there's an expectation to have children. So the state has more kids to exploit in the future. If you guys don't happen to be hyper successful or end up getting picked by a Nepo baby, of course. It's the point that I will keep hitting with this right here is we address patriarchy because not only is it stopping men from reaching their potential, but the second other non-men try to reach their potential or try to see the fullness of who they are, the second that even happens, they get punished. And then still we continue to live under the mercy of the insecurities of the people who do have power in our society, rather than fully letting our society be at the mercy of people's ability to expand into their own consciousness and provide uniqueness, nuance, and just futuristic ideas and nature into our reality. Like there's no way that you can just make, oh, well, there's a right way we can patriarchy. Like there's just no way. And I'm not saying like there's like men are not allowed to lead communities or lead systems. I'm just saying we have taken a polarized identity, like not even like a hyper polarized identity or grouping of people. And we have said, this is fact. And then how these people view everything is fact. It's only a matter of time before you self-destruct literally everything because you don't look at the log in your own eye to see that you're going to see everything through the same pain that you refuse to address within yourself. And then look at this. Probably should have included this way, like way over here, right? When I was saying like where guys were going to get kind of shelled into on the other end of not having anywhere to go and to heal and to grow beyond patriarchy. But as you can see here, it's the same get down, the Jordan Peterson and like the morally, not the morally, the intellectually superior people. The well, I read in a German article that young boys ate like all those type of like Dr. Doofenshmirtz weirdos. And then there's like the religious born again people that say, hey, you're a loser, dude. But if you believe in what we give you, we might give you access to own one of these beautiful things called a woman. And then they'll toss you right around to the leftist progressive ideology, which very few people like. It's super weird because some people like are super smart, but they're so smart to the point where they don't understand why they can't figure out why they can't have relationships or how women don't like them. So they refuse to admit the fact that they might be dumb in that sense, or like they just might not be attractive, or like, oh, what women want. And they kind of get it, but they never really realize like attraction is a very, very, very subjective thing. Very subjective thing. And a lot of these guys are like laying themselves down like carpet mats as a means of hoping to access the women that they want from like a non-traditional way or a non-patriarchal aligned way. More times than not, they'll end up getting rejected or they just will end up being buck broken to have access to the community and then realize it's not what they genuinely want. And then they'll end up punishing the women that they have just like exploited for access. And then we have, the good old freaking 300 bastard Romans, Andrew Tates, and all these like male influencers that never got girls and then somehow want to tell us how to get them. I'm not listening to somebody who didn't get girls. I'm not listening to somebody who abuses them. I'm not listening to somebody who sells them on a market. I'm not listening to somebody who, I mean, you don't even respect your own mom and sister, bro. Like, I don't the saddest part is that it takes your guys' like your own family members to be at the mercy of these types of people for you to feel anything for anybody about them. And that's such a desensitized society. It's very difficult to want to live in community with y'all. And then there's the ignorant people who are just fortunate enough to live in a place in their life to where they don't have to focus on the implications of this type of shit happening in society. They have their own relationship that they don't worry about. They have their own housing and their own community, so they don't have to talk about it. But again, this number is gonna get fewer and fewer and fewer. And if it doesn't get fewer, forgive me, this number of people who are living in ignorant bliss that is like actually because I love my life, so I'm just not gonna focus on that. That is increasingly getting smaller. And the people who are living in ignorant bliss is in I take drugs or alcohol every single day to stop me from addressing how much I hate my life. That is going to get bigger. And that is scary because those are people who cannot healthily function or participate in a healthy society. Those are people who are running away from themselves and they don't even know themselves enough to know how they can contribute to a society. And that's not something that we would want in a world. We want people who are on the front end of choosing healing, or not on the front end, but on the back end of choosing healing and have committed to that process and are now taking steps to find the accommodations and the mechanisms that can help reinforce their awareness of this lockbox that I've put in this house of mirrors that is knowledge of self. Because knowledge of self only puts you in a position to look out the greater world and to see through everything that doesn't align with or doesn't support the mission that you are on as a self-aware individual. All right. And see, I even made this chart right here. So I'm glad you guys are watching this as a video because I even made this chart right here for the sake of this. Like, there's all these different rungs of masculinity that are validated or promoted in our society, but none of them allow you to dig in to find yourself. Because if you found yourself, then I mean, worst case scenario, you just transcend all of this completely. And then you create your own community of people who transcend beyond this as well. That's worst case scenario for this. But, or the best case scenario for this would be just you believing in any of these or falling victim to any of these cults of identity or psychosis just so effectively that you just get pimped around to the next group of men who feel like they have information to offer you rather than ever looking within and then just being on the path of knowing who you are and who you want to become and just knowing the steps you need to take to get there. That's probably the last slide, isn't it? Last two. Hello. So I know nobody cares about men's mental health. And again, don't cancel me. Actually, you can't. You're here. You chose to be here, so you can't. But people don't care about men's mental health because men haven't cared about it first. The reason why I say that is if we did care about our mental health, we would have community welfare programs. We would have uh, skill development centers and we would have job placement programs. We would have healthy lifestyle accommodations. We probably wouldn't allow businesses to come into our communities and to destroy all the free access to parks, to community resources, to housing. We wouldn't allow them to destroy that at the mercy of our children, of our communities, of the people that we love. But we don't even care about ourselves. We only care about who cares about us or who can communicate that they care about us. And the person who realized that women naturally do that and they wanted to jump the gun and be the first person who was cared about are the people who control and dictate the rules of our society right now. That's why I say like patriarchy in an interesting sense is like it's a form of patriarchal psychosis. I don't know if it develops it in you or if it just like you just are it and you just don't want to accept it. But patriarchal psychosis is very interesting because it's run by men who I personally believe, like the powers that be, are all, if not most of, like down low homosexual men, but they're so like hateful in their own homosexuality, or they're so not allowed to express that they have to exploit men in that sense from a way that is not just like blatantly sexual. So it's just enslaving you to begging them for money through like a low paying job or enslaving yourself to their salvation because of how much immense self rejection they force you to go through, to endure, to think that that's turning you into a man. But really, it's just like they're this like sick, almost like psychological scientist exploitation of a vulnerable youth. Patriarchy is a very like it's so like complex. It's damn near spiritual. The way it's being expressed in our society is damn near spiritual. It's just weird because it's like if you had like rotten food in your fridge, you wouldn't keep eating it. And then like if that food made you sick, you'd throw it away. Like you definitely wouldn't keep eating it. But we have rotten food. Like we grow rotten food and we feed that rotten food to people and we tell them that they won't become a man unless they eat the rotten food. And then so many, if not all men become sick eating it. And then we create this like standard of social acceptability on the back end of like who can survive the best off of eating toxic food. Like what kind of idiocracy is that? It's not even idiocracy, it's just ignorance. So instead of being able to even have the conversations that I want to have in our community, whether it's talking about male suicide rates or like male loneliness and isolation, We aren't even allowed to have those conversations because all of that is just used against women to make it feel like, oh, women, you only care about yourselves. You don't care about us. And then you just weaponize the trauma. And that's what we can't do because nobody gets anywhere with that. It's pointing fingers. The trauma is within us. That means there is some amount of responsibility that needs to be taken. And if we're completely shelling responsibility apart from ourselves, that means we're going to be completely at the mercy of who gives us salvation, because salvation is going to come from who can convenience us apart from needing to take responsibility for the things that we need to do to get to the places that we're trying to go. So I really ask yourself, like, and this is somebody as me who said, like, I have severe mental health issues. I'm not afraid to admit it. But the saddest part is how much of my life I had to change as a means of healthily accommodating those mental health struggles. But realizing how that put a lot of the people that I once cared about at risk, that put a lot of the life that I thought I was supposed to live at risk, and it put my whole circumstance. But I had to choose, like, okay, well, this is good for my mental health. This is good for my well-being. This is good for my network. This is good for my future. And it's just, we live in a world where the only men that are able to give opportunity are businessmen who are narcissistic and exploitative, and then give you, more times than not, sell you scams and then blame you for being scammed. So we don't have these communities of mentors, of elders, of men that actually want to give advice that helps guys still keep believing in the innocence and the purity of life. We just have cults of psychosis that coddle you in your trauma and then help you feel like it's valid for you to hate women. Like, do you really think somebody who likes women could try to convince you to hate women too? Like, they wouldn't just take the obvious step that is, let me heal my trauma so I'm not projecting my pain onto people who don't deserve it. Oh, maybe that was too much. I apologize for that. So the reason why I even had to include all that was because this is all a grift, bro. This is just the sickest grift of all time, bro. Like, it's they're having intercourse with your vulnerable brain. Like, it's like, oh God, I can't even describe that. That's they're taking advantage of you. That's it. That's all I want to say. And because it's not happening to your physical body, you don't think it's what's happening. And because you might have seen some success on the other end of this BS that they're peddling, you might not think it's a big idea or not a big deal. But these people are taking your money, like I was describing a couple slides ago, your money to fund their lifestyle. Or, forgive me, this is even better. We're going to start from the rip. They're selling dreams to women to use those women to sell you a dream so you can fund their lifestyle, so they can fund those women, or they can fund new women to facilitate or scale the project that they're working on, or to buy access to the women that wouldn't give them the time of day naturally. Because they didn't have no confidence, no charisma, they didn't have no nothing. And they're probably ugly too. And they're probably narcissistic. And they're probably incels. But one thing that's cool is that, and one thing that I would like you guys to understand before you pursue any kind of money, especially any kind of woman, is that that money is never going to unlame you. It doesn't matter how much money you have, bro. And it don't matter. That corny, like I'm not talking corny as in like just being like just regular, like who you are, just quirky. That lame-o, like that mean person, that like, you have to take responsibility for that journey. You have to pursue that as an individual. And it may come, this is the scariest part about it. It might come at the mercy of all the success that you thought you were going to have, perpetuating whatever fake identity or mask you were wearing. And most guys, the fear is loneliness, genuinely. And that is a fear that is exploited by the marriage market and the dating market. Men's fear is loneliness. That's why we buy into these systems. Think about this. Genuinely think about this. Women fall victim to buying those dating courses as a means of trying to understand the game that's being played, that's not being told to them. Men buy these dating courses. Why do men buy these dating courses? Why do men buy these dating courses? Tell me, quick, 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 because I already forgot. No, genuinely, I did forget what I was going to say. But what I was trying to hit on there was I wasn't trying to like dog women on that, but I'm saying like when women do, they are buying these courses as a means of understanding the game or how they are going to better play a game that is actively being played. So, can you blame them for just educating themselves to protect their well-being? I won't. I never will. In the world that we live in, that is so hyper masculine, so traumatizing to non-men, especially women, I cannot blame women and I cannot punish them for how they have decided to protect their well-being and the sanctity of their own autonomy. We can create a world that allows people to engage healthier and not feel like they can't rely on the systems at hand to punish the perpetrators of their crimes and of their abuse. But until we create that system, which comes at the mercy of all of us, then how can you blame people? Especially when the dating pool is only filled with more and more and more guys who are deluded by this social media nonsense and trying to use these tips and tricks to not be lonely. But then it's jump completely over the want to have be in community with other men, and it's just put all the expectation of community and validation and reinforcement into women. And then when that doesn't happen, turn into a monster because you're blaming the women for not giving something that other like your boys could give you, your family could give you, your like pets and nature could give you. Just the biggest grift of all time. And like I genuinely don't know what these people will do because this is just such a short-term career and it's such a reputation sabotaging pursuit to go on. Like I don't know what you can do after this. Like you've already exploited. Okay, say you steal money from these 16, 17-year-olds that want to learn how to get their first baddie. What happens 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when like they're a grown man and there's still no relationship, still no job, still no friends? Like, what happens then? Scary. It's real scary stuff, bro, when you start looking at it from a well, I respect myself. So if I do respect myself, how am I presenting myself into this world? I'll conclude this video by saying there is no future of the red pill. The potential that this thing has, like the Andrew Tateness or whatnot, the potential that thing has to grow. Well, actually, we're gonna explain it in the next part, which is this right here. But we're not getting into that today. We're gonna get into that tomorrow. But yeah, it's just there's so many people backed up in these spaces. And mind you, therapy is not free and healthcare is very expensive for a lot of people. So that's not even an option for a lot of people. As much as you want to say, just go to therapy. It's just very sad to see that. Forgive me. It's so many plays happening at once and so many bags being just thrown around. It's I'm confused to see as to where how do I say this? I guess I can't even say it because everything else that I'm going to explain is just going to be explained in the next part. So we're going to call that a conclusion for today. And hopefully I get into this next part tomorrow. And if I do, then what does that mean? We'll have this to you by Christmas. Thank you for being here and watching section 3. I know that was a whole lot, but we're going to keep rolling, keep trudging. keep giving you guys this information, and then hopefully I can take like a 6-week vacation, couple of blunts, couple of baddies, and mind my business. That's all. I hate to admit it, but that's like 90% of what I care about. And then this is like probably like 9%, and the rest of my life's like 1%. So I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate everything that I just described, and I wanted to give gratitude for, and I'll see you in the next section. Until then, I'll figure out how to